Hey everyone, welcome to another stream. It is October 2023 as of doing this, and as I like to do every October, I like to do a playthrough of Castlevania Symphony of the Night. As you see here, we actually have the Japanese version. It is the actual PS1 game, which we actually have right here. And yeah, we're going to be playing through this tonight, start to finish. However, we've got a twist. And that twist is going to be, we're going to be using an arcade stick. I actually tried this out a couple weeks ago, and I thought it was pretty fun. I was just playing some shoot-'em-ups on PS2 and some arcade games and whatnot, and decided to swap over to some Castlevania and tried it with the arcade stick, and I was having a good time with it. So I was like, you know what? When I do my annual stream this year on YouTube, I can use an arcade stick. And we can see how that goes. I think people would find it kind of funny or interesting or not or neither. Doesn't really matter. I'm going to do it anyway because I think it's a fun idea. And so yeah, we're going to go through this whole game and from start to finish, just with Alucard. We're just going to do a standard run of the game. One other twist though is a lot of times when I do this game on YouTube or just in general, really, I grind out a lot in the beginning to, raise my levels higher, faster, so I can have an easier time throughout the course of the game. On this playthrough, I'm not going to be doing like lots of grinding. I'm going to try to just go straight through and kind of see what happens. Hold on, I got a cat here. Crazy kitty. I'm going to try to just go straight through. Try to be as focused as I can on that and see how that affects the flow of the game. Symphony of the Night's the kind of game that gets like really, really easy when you grind out and you level up a lot, and you get really overpowered in this game. So yeah, normally I just rip through most of the game pretty easily here on stream, but we'll kind of just see what happens with that. So hey Jason says, hi Austin, I subscribe to your Twitch channel. Well, thank you, appreciate that. And I see Here and Now is out there. He says, I recently beat Castlevania Area of Sorrow on his arcade stick for Game Boy Advance. Nice. It's a fantastic game. Craig Thompson, welcome to the stream. I see Freddie Voorhees is out there. Leo, Carlos, Stevo, and a channel called Backup Channel. Word. Welcome guys to the stream. Let's go ahead and hit that start button here. But yeah, should be a good time. Let's go ahead and hit file select. And actually, you know what I'm gonna have to do is actually start a brand new game. So hit X to go back. Let's go. Oh, that's right. I'm an idiot. Select an open slot. Duh. Obviously, I haven't done this in a while. We're just gonna do the old personal initials today, and go ahead and hit start. Hey, Motorhead, welcome back. Society, welcome back, Society. I feel like I should add, like, I don't know, let me see. Wow, I don't actually have box art for Symphony of the Night on my computer. Alright, I'll do that later. I was thinking about trying to add some box art to the side just to fill up the side a little bit. Oh wow, okay, interesting. I might have to actually adjust the crop because I was expecting the gameplay to be a little bit larger based on the title screen. Alright, so it looks like squares attack. And that's right, we got our jump there. Down, up, and attack for Richter does this. Up, forward, and attack does that. I always forget what that name is called. Okay, I'm just trying to get the hang of the controls here, just trying to get used to them. Okay. Yeah, this is already pretty fun. I love using arcade sticks in general. I play a lot of like shoot 'em ups and arcade games, and which is why I have this stick. And I was actually using it over the weekend. We were doing some Capcom Classics collections on PS2. So those versions of those compilations are actually better than I remember on PS2 anyway. I already know like the Xbox one's pretty good, but I'm actually surprised. I was expecting a lot of like jitteriness and whatnot. Randy says, Japanese version of SOTA with an arcade stick. Only you, man. I love it. Oh, Freddy, you've never played Symphony of the Night? Dude, you gotta get on that. You gotta play this. It's pretty cheap if you get one of the modern digital versions. You can still get the Xbox 360 one for, I think, like $5 or $10. And it's backwards compatible on Xbox One and Series consoles. Oops. You know, I don't really care if I use my specials here. Normally I don't on this fight. Because how you do in this fight is, you know, is going to determine, like, your starting stats with Alucard. I'm gonna try to play properly, or try not to let death take all my stuff. I don't usually get that exploit, but I'm gonna try it. Oops, I pressed the wrong button. I tried backdashing like I was Alucard, but I'm not Alucard. Oops. I screwed that up so bad. I tried doing that attack and I screwed it up. Hey, Lord JP, welcome back. Oh, so, Freddy, you actually own this game. You just haven't bothered to play it? Dude, you gotta play it. You gotta play it, man. Alright, let's see. Have you ever done the Red Rust Challenge? No. I definitely have not. Man, none of the box scans on the cover project have the actual Japanese version. They use the Japanese box art, but they implant the US logo on top of it. It looks so ugly. I need to start just scanning my own box art. Sometimes what I do is, if I do a stream, I actually will just take my camera up to like the manual and snap a photo and just Photoshop it in. Try to make it look natural. But, I can't believe I don't have a scan of this. All right, I'm gonna actually do some really quick Photoshop work here. We'll just let things chill out for a second. So I do want to fill in that top left space a little bit more. Yeah, we'll just let this sit here. Society says the first time I played this was when I rented a PS1 and didn't have a memory card. He tried leaving it on for the full 3 days, but it was jank and got reset a few times. Oh man, that sucks. Yeah, I remember, man, I think it was the same deal. So I actually first played the Saturn version of this. This was, yeah, I actually started off with the Saturn version of Symphony. And I think I had a similar issue, like, I think my battery in my Saturn, like, was busted, and so I couldn't actually, like, save my data. Hold on a second. I'm actually, let's see. Okay, let's actually see if this works. Alright, just bear with me here, guys. I'm going to actually do a little bit of cropping as well, because this gameplay is actually a little bit wider than I was expecting, so I definitely want to zoom that in just a little bit. Gotta love streaming. And, trying to do things on the fly. But I do want this to be, like, somewhat proper, you know? So, let's see. Society says another weird thing is he just tried booting this up in his PS2 emulator an hour ago, and now I'm playing it. Oh wow, that's just coincidence. That's awesome. Hopefully I get other people to play this game. Because, it's an all-time great. It's why I play it every year on my channel. I kind of like get it out of my system too, basically. Yeah, almost done here. Just bear with me here, guys. Alright, that's a little bit better. I do like those lightning effects with the sound effects. It's kind of spooky. It's good for spooky month. Alright, this is still not going to look perfect, but I guess it's better than nothing, right? Yeah, you can tell this was a super well thought out stream. There we go. That's, you know, gameplay's a little bit bigger. Tom says, PCSX S2. Such a weird name. I always have a hard time, like, pronouncing that. Should run this fine, if not, DuckStation will. I've never tried DuckStation. Actually, you know what? I haven't done PlayStation emulation in forever. Because I've just got real hardware. And I've got the Mr. FPGA. Alright. I see GS Davis is out there. Welcome back. GS Davis says, can only play Maria in the Saturn version, he believes. You can also play Maria in the PSP version, which you can do on Castlevania Requiem on PS4. And her version Sorry, that version of Maria is actually different from the Saturn one, which is kind of interesting. Okay. We'll do a lot of backdashing as always. When you start off in this game, you can't actually get anything from candles. You have to get an item, and that item appears very early in the game. And for some of you who have not played this game, for some weird reason, all like 1 or 2 of you, you should really play this game. You've got a magic bar along with hearts. Hearts are used a lot like traditional Castlevania hearts. Basically for sub-weapons like the axe, the cross, the dagger, the holy water, the diamond, the holy powder, whatever the hell it's called. I don't actually know the correct names for these items. The book, I think those are all the sub-weapons. So you gather hearts for those. And, oops, I didn't even bother to try the skip. Alright, let's just skip it. Alright, so that was death. He basically takes everything away from you, or all of your equipable equipment. And I always like to do this little sequence break. Just kind of fall down there like that. Not really a sequence break, but I think it's a way of getting that item early that some people probably don't realize they can do. Like, you'll notice, like, when you hug a platform, or say you fall and you land against a platform, you'll sort of, you know, fall into it just very slightly, and that's enough for you to, like, land on the platform below it. But generally, I think that part was designed for you to have, like, the mist or the bat, which are transformations you can do in order to, you know, pass certain areas. Here we go. We got a sword. Let's go ahead and equip that. Now, this is all in Japanese, because, again, we are using the Japanese version of the game, but, you know, we should be able to do fine. I've played this game so many times over the years, and we'll go ahead and save it. These are save spots. Chris says, I haven't played this game before, but the levels look similar to Harmony of Dissonance on GBA. Yes, they are definitely similar, but way better. Sorry, I don't like Harmony that much. One of these years, we will get around to actually playing that on my channel. Yeah, Harmony was actually significant when it came out, because it was the most like Symphony of the Night, post-Symphony of the Night. You know, Circle the Moon on Game Boy Advance, I thought was a ton of fun. I love that game. But, it doesn't have all the equipment and stuff like that. It's very, kind of like a stripped-down sort of Metroidvania. It's still very welcome for the time. It was a great launch title. Considering the only other, you know, recent Metroidvania at the time was Symphony of the Night. You know, Circle the Moon itself was kind of a big deal. But Harmony of Dissonance was even closer to this formula. I guess there's another safe spot right here. Might as well go ahead and do it. Randy says his fiance will only ever use the garlic. And Society says one of his pet peeves is when people call Metroid games Metroidvanias. Yeah, I hear you, Society. There's a little sequence break we can do, actually, by killing this skeleton, and he'll actually land on that switch. And you can end up getting, I think, the Basilard is what it is. It's like this dagger, and it's short range, but it's pretty powerful, and you can attack really quickly with it, which is the benefit of it. But I'm going to just kind of skip it. One of the things I love is being able to attack diagonally down forward. That was one thing that was a pet peeve of mine in later Metroidvanias, is they would get rid of that mechanic, which was a real bummer. Alright, that is a permanent life upgrade, so life max up. And I've got the axe now. The axe is quite good. Probably my favorite sub-weapon. But yes, lots of secrets in this game. And that is heart max up, so I can carry more hearts. There's the dagger. I'm gonna go ahead and actually stick with the dagger for now. Jason says, what do I think of the end song, I Am the Wind? I don't care for it, personally. I never have. I feel like it's, it doesn't fit. I was actually looking at my Xbox 360 playthrough, just before starting the stream. 'Cause I was trying to figure out if, like, I Am the Wind actually gives me copyright claims. I've always muted it on my streams, which I'm gonna probably end up doing on this one, too. You know, not because I don't like the song, but because I don't want to get a copyright claim. I think it's actually a licensed tune. But yeah, I've never felt like it fit with the game. Like, the music they put in the Xbox 360 version, I think, actually fits better. I'm a big fan of, like, cohesion, and, something like I Am the Wind just, like, kind of takes me out of it. It's like, you know, doesn't fit the brooding mood of Castlevania, so... Oops! Ooh, they poisoned me. Should be okay. I think there's a safe spot right here. Yep. Getting close to our first boss fight. But yeah, I don't remember if I finished Society's comment. He says, one of his pet peeves is when people call Metroid games Metroidvanias. Ooh, the poison doesn't go away when you go to a safe spot. That's interesting. I did not know that. Like, because I never get poisoned in this game. It'll probably just wear off on its own. I'm not taking any damage, though. So is the poison even working? It's funny, I've been playing this game since like a year after it came out, and yet I'm still learning new things about it. But he says, in his head, no, they're just Metroid games. And I agree. Yeah, Metroid games are just Metroid games. It's when you add like the RPG elements and stuff, that's when they become Metroidvanias. Especially if they're like more spooky. Society says, here's to another October of streaming great games. Hell yeah. You know what I just realized? I think I left my normal stream delay on. I did, yeah. So my responses are going to be a little more delayed than usual, guys. Sorry for that. For these 2D games, I always put it on low latency because it doesn't really hurt the encoder that much for these... Or I should say these 2D games don't really hurt the encoder. Like, they're still nice and crispy. But when I play a first-person shooter like Doom or Quake... There it goes. My status ailment went away. When I play like Doom or Quake, like, putting it on low latency, like, really kills the encoder, so... But yeah, that alert should come through in a few moments. Let's go ahead and switch back to the dagger. I think this was... I always forget the flying guy's name. It's like Gaibon. And then the spear guy is Slagra. Now, you've also got spells in this game. Which are command-driven, which is why I wanted to use the arcade stick. Yeah, that's pretty fun with an arcade stick. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. So, life up. Let's see. Select is how we access our map. Already making some progress. Yeah, I'm actually way weaker now than I'm used to being when I play this, because, again, I always, like, level up. I take time to grind out on enemies. And since I haven't done that, all these guys are taking several hits. Listen to Motorhead says, what would I consider to be the best Castlevania game? I mean, I don't think there's a singular best Castlevania, because Castlevania is has such a wide variety of styles. You know, it's not all just linear Castlevanias anymore, but it's also not all non-linear Castlevanias. Personally, I would say, there it is. Thank you, Society. Much appreciated. I mean, this is all subjective. I don't think there is like a singular best Castlevania. It's just whichever one makes you feel the best. And for me, Castlevania 4 is, to me, is the best. It's my favorite linear Castlevania, like by a long shot. That's one of those games I could play like almost every day. I could just fire it up and just like screw around with it because it's fun. And as far as the non-linear ones, you know, I'd have to go with Symphony of the Night. I don't think any Metroidvania has truly topped it. Castlevania Metroidvania, I mean. I think some have come close. I think Dawn of Sorrow is really good. And I love Order of Ecclesia. I mean, Area of Sorrow is fantastic too, but I think Dawn has the edge. There's a lot more game in Dawn of Sorrow. And it feels and looks more like Symphony of the Night. But yeah, I mean, I would kind of split it up into two groups like that. For me, Castlevania 4, as, you know, my favorite linear one, and then Symphony of the Night would be probably my favorite non-linear one. Alright, there's the diamonds. Kind of an interesting little weapon. Actually originated in Castlevania 2. Alright, let's fall down here. Alright, we just got ourselves a little blue potion that actually can give us some health back. And there's the powder. We'll go ahead and use the powder just for grins. It actually does some pretty good damage, but it's also very close range. I should do a guide on this game? No, Tom. Dude, there's like thousands of Symphony of the Night videos out there. I don't need to spend the time doing that. I don't think so. There's also a lot of stuff I don't know about this game still. Like, there are so many details to this game, it's insane, and that would be an extremely large project if I wanted to try to get everything down. If I ever do a guide again, that's like a scripted video, it would probably be on something like Ninja Gaiden or Battletoads or something like that, and even those would be pretty big projects. And I'm not sure if I'm up to the task anymore. Hey, Alucard, welcome to the stream. Yeah, so what they kind of want us to do is go to the outer wall, but I'm going to actually go this way first to try to unlock kind of a shortcut. Kill some stuff in the process. Although, also guys, this isn't going to be like a 200% playthrough or whatever it is. I'm just going to be kind of playing through this relatively casually. Which is how I typically do it on YouTube, because I have to do this all in one sitting. So typically this takes us about 5 to 6 hours to go through. Got an item! I don't know what that item is. Maybe that's the one that gives us, shows us the experience points readout. Yep. Not experience points, the damage readout. Sorry. One thing I do like is that you can actually turn that off. That's really nice. You can go to your options menu and just disable some of those upgrades. I should say quality of life upgrades. So like, being able to see the damage output is kind of nice, but it's also not really necessary. Gotta level up, which is nice. Again, I'm not trying to sit around and like grind out on the same enemies over and over like I might on a normal playthrough. Alright, this is our money hallway too. There's always a green money bag right there, 250. There is a shop later on in the game. You go to the librarian, and he'll sell you stuff. I'm gonna actually get rid of that powder. It's not as much fun. In the Saturn version of the game, they added in a dungeon, and you would access it right here. And then there was also a thing called the Underground Garden, which you would access from the very first gate. So basically, when you first enter the courtyard, you could just walk backwards and go to the Underground Garden. Actually, I don't think the Underground Garden is open right away. I think you have to go and leave the first main hallway area. Then you can go back and it opens up. Maybe next year what I'll do is I'll try to do, like, the no slowdown version of Saturn Symphony. Nice, first try. Yeah, you can backstep off that platform. You can actually basically jump in midair. So if you have to time it just right. Ah, I can't get it. Yeah, it's tricky, very tricky. But, oh, I missed it. It's okay. There's also a spell you can use called Dark Metamorphosis. And it doesn't look like I've got enough magic yet to even be able to do that. But you can basically drink enemies' blood with that spell. It's pretty cool. Hey, KJ, welcome back. And I see DG's out there as well. Welcome back. You're just playing this on Monday night on a new run-through. Wow, that's awesome. Knight Rider says, wow, that's different using a joystick. He would find it to be hard. When it comes to joysticks, if it's not a plane, spaceship, shooter, he has trouble controlling things. Yeah, that just comes with practice. I mean, I play a lot of arcade games in general, not just shoot-em-ups. So, like, you know, and I also do a lot of, like, keyboard stuff, too. Using the face buttons, it's a lot like just using keyboard buttons, you know. There are versions of this that, what the hell are they called? I should know the name off the top of my head, but they basically replace the stick with just buttons, kind of like these. And people play them like a keyboard, basically, but with big-ass arcade buttons. You get used to it. Alright, we're gonna go back this way. Tom says, which version of this is included in Requiem? It is the PSP version. I'll mess around with holy water for a little bit. I like it more than the powder because it's actually got a flame. It's got a little more verticality to it. And I think it does a lot more damage. Wow. I'm glad holy water is actually still good in this. Oops, don't want that. It's nice that they carried over the Rondo of Blood weapon switching, where, you know, if you pick up a sub-weapon you don't want, it'll just, like, drop it on the ground, and then you can just pick it up again. So, it's nice. I don't think I've picked up any better... Well, I sort of have. So, you do have shields in this game, which I have not equipped yet. I don't really use shields in this, but I will equip a second weapon. And let's see what we got here. Okay, that's fine. Equip that. Yeah, you can see that, like, doing this boosts our stats. Got him. And the thing about Symphony of the Night is it's so, like, tight and responsive that, you know, it just feels natural using an arcade stick. Society says, is the arcade stick mounted in a certain way, or is it just situated in a way where you don't have to worry about it moving around? It is a heavy stick, Society? Oh. Hey, Venom, Keith. Thank you very much for that, man. Super Mario Brothers Wonder Fun. Not sure if you got it yet, but know you want it. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, thank you so much, dude. I plan on buying it next week. Next payday after Halloween. So next Wednesday or Thursday, I'm going to go out and buy it. We might even just do a Mario month next month. Someone had brought up that idea, and I was like, you know what? I haven't played a lot of Mario games recently. So we can start off with Mario Wonder, just do a full playthrough. But yeah, Society, it is a big stick. But it's got pads on it, and I have a full desk-sized mouse pad, so it doesn't really go anywhere. Yeah, this is the Hori RAP2 SA, which uses Sanwa parts, so it feels really good, even 20 years after it came out. Alright, so I've got a second attack now. Again, I've got that Basilard. Leo, I mean, I've already watched a bunch of gameplay of Mario Wonder, like, you're not gonna, ooh, I hit my camera by accident. You're not gonna have to worry about, I don't know, it's a 2D platformer, Leo. It's not like it's a game filled with, like, you know, earth-shattering story. Like, you're still gonna have just as much of a blast when you play it after you've seen some footage, so I would say just tune in still. It might even make you want it even more, you know? I was watching some gameplay on one of my friend's channels, Diamond Long Plays. He goes by Lucha Gem over on Twitch, and I ended up watching like a half an hour's worth of content. It looks like it's super fun. It is a big stick. That's what she said. Alright, so every few seconds, this actually opens up, and then if I grab the stopwatch, this one on the right opens up too, but I can't actually get up there just yet. Actually, you know, doing a Mario month would give me an excuse to play some Mario Maker 1 levels before that whole service is shut down next year. It would give me an excuse to revisit the Game Boy Mario games. Of course, I'd have to do the obligatory NES Mario stream. Oh yeah, could be a fun month. We'll see. I like the idea of it because I haven't done a lot of Mario stuff recently. Could even try to toss in some Yoshi's Island. We got the book. Don't really like the book in this one. I much prefer how it is in Rondo of Blood. Okay, so this part right here, we actually need the Jewel of Open. It's one of the few items I still don't know the names of. And we get that at the librarian. Can I do Dark Metamorphosis? I can. Okay, awesome. Doesn't do anything against, like, skeletons, because they don't bleed. But with the more, like, zombie types of soldiers that do bleed, you just walk into their bleeding, and then, you get some health back. It's pretty sweet, actually. Wow, it's not even using up that much, magic. I'm surprised. Let's see if these things bleed. They do! Yes! Nice. It's so cool. Ooh, I can do Soul Steal now, too. Okay, so Soul Steal is back, half circle from forward to back, and then forward again. But it uses up a lot of magic. You can see, like, I don't have any... Or I've only got about a quarter of my magic meter now. Hey, Gimpler, welcome back. Listen to Motorhead says Mario Land 2 on Game Boy. Such a classic. Great game. Yeah. I haven't played through that in a long time. So that would be kind of fun to do. Alright, getting close to another boss fight. Yeah, Society, maybe that would get me an excuse to, like, play some of the Wario Land games, because the only one I've actually played a lot of is the Virtual Boy one. Which, unfortunately, I have no way of capturing right now. I still have to get my Virtual Boy modded. I've been saying that for years now, man. Ugh. I did finally get a flashcard for it, though, earlier this year. Alright, so we have to fight the Doppelganger, and typically I don't think you want to use sub-weapons on him. I think he turns into like a bat or mist and just avoids them. Metamorphosis! It sounds so much different from the American one. Yeah, this is very different. I'm under-leveled. Well, compared to what I'm used to. And I'm just got this rinky-dink sword. I guess I technically have the dagger, too. Yeah, Kyle, same here. I hear Wario Land. The Wario Land games in general are really good. MD Mister, actually, that's funny. I just mentioned that. What are those called? Aren't those called like hitboxes or something? I was trying to remember the name, and I couldn't actually come up with a name. But yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and switch over to this weapon we just got. So we obviously do a little bit more damage with it, and I think it's got more reach too. Yeah, much better. Alright, so I'm going to do the same thing as earlier with that. Yeah, basically, again, I think it's called a hitbox, where it replaces the joystick with just standard arcade buttons. And maybe what I'll do is I'll do some like blind streams of those Wario Land games. There we go. Since I've never really played through the Game Boy ones, I think I played the first Wario Land, Mario Land 3, a little bit back in the day because my best friend at the time had gotten it. His parents would buy him a lot of video games. I think because of, like, grades and stuff like that, he would do well in school, and his parents would, buy him the latest releases. I wish my parents did that. They never incentivized me to care about school. If my parents were like, you get straight A's, we'll buy every single game that comes out, I would have been, like, a top-tier student. Guaranteed 100%. Shit, I'd probably have a better job right now, be making a lot more money. Just because of video games, but no. I had to buy video games on my own for the most part. It's not entirely true. They did give me stuff for like birthdays and Christmas. And as I got older, my mom would even start giving me video games for like Easter, like holidays I don't even really celebrate. But when I was younger, like I never got anything on release day. I always had to wait for birthdays or Christmas. But my buddy, man, he got all these games like right when they would come out. I was always jealous. So I can't attack, I'm silenced right now, so I'm just gonna avoid everything. I don't think there's... Okay, I'm good again. Soul Steel is so good. The input can be a little difficult to do, but once you get it, it feels really good. It attacks every enemy on screen, and you get health back, so... Skip all these guys. So this should take us to the librarian, and we can buy the Jewel of Open. I love the librarian's voice acting in this one. I actually like the American one too. He's like, he sounds so funny. Alright, so the Jewel of Open, I think is this one. It's $500. So thankfully, yeah, we got an item. And what you can also do is you can also sell rings. Also, there is a like bestiary where it gives you information on the enemies, and also you can also buy like techniques like in Rondo of Blood. So if you're having a problem with any of the boss fights, which you really shouldn't in this game, unless you're trying to do like a level 1 run or something, which I guess that's technically impossible because, you know, you will level up through bosses, but you know, just like in Rondo of Blood, they demonstrate like a perfect run on every boss. So it's actually a really nice feature. I'm glad they carried that over from Rondo. And for anybody wondering, this is a direct sequel to Rondo of Blood. Dracula X Rondo of Blood. And we will see Richter later on in the game again. And the first boss in this game is actually the final boss in Rondo of Blood. Now, this game technically takes place, I think, 5 years later. It's one of the very few Castlevania games out there that actually is like a direct sequel. And not just some, like, oh yeah, we're in the canon timeline, but we take place 100 years later. Like, this is like just a few years later, so... There we go. So it demonstrates, like, those boss battles, demonstrations, they demonstrate different ways to, like, fight the bosses. And if I wanted to, I could actually go back and watch it again, but it won't cost me anything now. So, yeah, it's good stuff. They use triangle to use this back step, and it's just a way of traversing the castle a little bit faster. I do this a lot, in particular, if I'm trying to beat the game in one sitting, which is, honestly, that's usually how I play the game. Symphony of the Night's one of those games I always will, like, go through, start to finish in one go, and I'm cursed. Thankfully, these guys don't really do a whole lot of damage. It's not really a big deal. I don't think I can do... Yeah, I can't do a spell right now. Oh, no, I can. Okay, so cursing only affects your ability to do a physical attack. It doesn't affect your spells. That's a nice little 1-2 punch. You basically do like a diagonal attack, and then right as you land, you can do a forward attack. 1-2... 1-2, 1-2. You can also do it with just like a forward attack, but your forward attack in the air is less likely to actually hit a ground-based enemy. That's why the diagonally down forward attack, or the diagonal attack, is just so good. Again, if you play like Dawn of Sorrow on the DS, you can't do diagonally down forward attacks. Thankfully, a lot of enemies in that game are like really tall, so you can still do the forward attack. But yeah, you can attack in pretty rapid succession if you're good with your timing. See? One thing I do on like really big boss fights is I'll do like a jumping I'll just keep doing jumping attacks and just timing them. So it's just 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Just keep doing constant damage. The combat in this game, like, it's really simple, but it also feels really satisfying. Like, if you're a control player, like, you can just, yeah, just keep things in control, and it just feels really satisfying. I see Dasan's out there. Hey, yearly playthrough of Symphony tonight with a twist. That's right. What a twist! I wonder if it's going to be the only playthrough on YouTube with an arcade stick. Maybe I can start a trend. Everybody will start playing this with arcade sticks. You know what? Someone's probably already beaten this game with a freaking dance pad, so I'm not special. Alright, so I'm gonna come up here. Get that. Then we need to open this up. That opens up the elevator. But I'm going to come up here just to save it. John Evans said his sister thought this was a 2015 game. No, it's a 1997 game. Dasan says he's spent all day on the Metal Gear Master Collection having a blast. Hell yeah. Alright, so this right here leads us to our clock tower. I am not going to go there just yet. We're going to come back and do that later. I don't have the equipment to get across the initial bridge. And what I want to do is grab this. And then we're going to come here. This is going to be our first warp. So there's a series of warp zones that'll take you to different parts of the castle. And so you want to access this because it'll open up the beginning of the game again. If we hit select, you'll notice that we're all the way on the left-hand side of the castle now, which is actually probably good. I think I'm going to do... I think I might want to do the... Can I do the chapel? No. Maybe what I'll do is just warp back, go back through the marble gallery or whatever it is. Encrypted Printer says being able to hit Soul Steel regularly is a huge game changer. I mean, I think the arcade stick setup definitely helps with that. I feel like it does anyway. I mean, I'm usually pretty good with it with the D-pad, regardless. Like, a lot of people complain about the PS1 D-pad, but I've always really liked it. It's always been quite accurate in my experience, so... Good old Mitsumi Manufacturing. Oh, nice, we got the fog. Hell yeah. And we can come down here. Oh, there is actually something I want to do here. I can get the Jeweled Knuckle, which is a very good early to mid-game weapon. So we have to come down this way. And I'm going to try to skip this guy by doing that attack. Ooh, I killed him. I was not expecting that. Boom, boom, boom. There's some meat. So the meat doesn't get used automatically. You have to actually equip it in a hand, drop it on the playfield, and then walk into it. And if we just sit here, we get ourselves a little secret. Well, I should say it's a secret as of right now. Later on in the game, with the mist form, you can still get this without having to do it this way. And there's the Jewel Knuckle. Hey, big dogs, welcome back. Let's go to our equipment and switch our little knife out for the Jeweled Knuckle. And yeah, slightly better armor. And I don't really have much else. Let me actually unequip that, because I can eventually just sell that. And there's not really anything down here right now. But if you've never played this game before, you can actually come here and look through this scope by pressing up on it. And it zooms in and shows you that there's a ferryman in this game. He does appear later on in the playthrough. Also, these birds down there, they do actually like fly off. It's a nice little touch. Completely unnecessary, but still really cool that there's that kind of detail in this game. Oh, design. I didn't know there was a PAL special edition of this game. With the music CD. That's really cool. My Japanese version is the original release, which also has the music CD. I wonder if it's the same tunes. I would assume it's probably the same tunes. It's got stuff from like NES, Castlevania, Rondo of Blood, etc., etc. Now, I think it's got some Game Boy music on there, too. Hey, John Smith, welcome back. Now, we do have the wolf form now. Let's see. And he's pretty cool. He can run pretty fast, especially after being upgraded later on. But it does use your magic meter. And, so I mainly just use the wolf for speed. Alright, so we use the Jewel of Open on that door, and there's a couple of other of those doors later on. Like there's one in the chapel. But what we're gonna do is come down this way. Grab those. I just got a library ticket. What that does is it warps me right in front of the librarian. So if I want to buy some more goodies, I can go just warp back to him later. Yeah, the Jewel Knuckle here also lets you jump kick. Kind of cool. It's a very powerful attack. Alright, this is the one we want. Paralysis says, Symphony of the Night, eh? Looks like we're busting out the spooky masterpieces for Halloween. Absolutely. I always bust this out every year. This is like a staple on my channel. But got the idea to do it with an arcade stick this time. I thought it would be a fun change of pace. Ooh. Lots of breakable walls in this game. I'm pretty sure I don't know where all of them are. Not anymore, at least. I think I did at one point in time. I'm pretty sure I've gotten, like, you know, the full 101, 102% or whatever. And then doubling that with the Upside Down Castle, which takes you into 200% territory. Okay, you guys are dangerous. So let me get rid of you, get some health back. I'm kind of sticking with Holy Water just because it's kind of an interesting way of playing. I don't usually use these kind of short-ranged weapons. But it kind of forces me to play in a slightly different manner than I'm used to. Alright, let's go this way. We're gonna have ourselves a boss fight. How much is an arcade stick setup like that? Oh man, I don't know, honestly. I got a really good deal on this stick about 5 years ago. I want to say I only paid like $50 or $60 for it. Yeah, I haven't checked PS2 arcade stick prices in a long time. That's what this is. This is specifically a PS1, PS2 stick. And it is smoke faded, but everything else is fine. So I think that's why I got a heavy discount on it. It had the box and everything too. Modern sticks can range anywhere from like $50 to $250+. You know, something of this quality in the form of a modern stick will cost you probably $100 to $150. And you can get controller adapters to have them work on the old PS1 and PS2. But there are cheaper options too. You know, if you go for, you know, something on like PC specifically, you can get like I've got my Quanba carbon stick, $60 I shipped. It was pretty quality for the price, and then I was able to just swap better buttons and a better stick into it very easily. Okay, an axe definitely would have been helpful here. I guess I've also got this though. Okay, it's kind of hard for me to do right now. There it is. Actually surprised I haven't been using that more. So the single fireball is left, right, up, down, attack, or right, left, up, down, attack. Doesn't really matter. And then the other one with 4 is you hold up and then rotate half circle down to forward, or half circle forward to the down position, then press attack. It's actually a pretty powerful attack. Okay, I actually don't want to do that. Right now, just water damages me pretty hardcore. But sometimes what I'll do is I'll take the damage and get some special items. Yeah, this is going to be rough without, like, an axe. Or not. That only sort of works. Oh boy. It's funny actually having to fight these bosses. It's a very different experience. Nice, nice. Man, I've never had to fight the boss like that before. Usually I just kill it instantly. Yeah, I totally agree, Design. If you're gonna buy an arcade stick and you plan on using it a lot, just go all out. You get your money's worth. You definitely get what you paid for. When in the world of arcade sticks, absolutely. Alright, so the water is gone now. I don't know if this weapon's actually any better, but let's see. Looks like it is. Now, there are two-handed weapons in this game. Okay, that's a boost. Those are not boosts. That is a boost. Sweet. Awesome. And DG says he's done his typical rounds with the knife. Yeah, the knife is actually really good in this game because you can attack so rapidly with it. That's the significance of it. Let's see. I don't think this is opened up yet. Nope. Yeah, I didn't mention earlier, but the big hearts are worth 5 hearts. So if I ever see a big heart, I always grab it. The little hearts, I'm like, they're not a big deal. I can just leave it behind. Yeah, DG, the holy water is crazy strong in this game. Alright, Frog Central. And we can block this water leak. Which kills these pole knights down there. Do a little dance! Woo! Alright. There's a lot of stuff here I'm probably not even going to come back for later. But one of the things I will do sometimes is I'll just tank the damage and just go underwater there to grab whatever's down there. Same with like down here, but I'm not going to bother. Alright, so I'll have to come back here later. These are like little cartoon sound effects. Boring, boring. Fitting for a Castlevania game? Maybe not. I've never minded it. Such great visual design right there. A little bit of glitching though. I think that's like a PS2 compatibility thing. I don't know if that line there appears in, like if you're playing this on an actual PS1. There were some quirks with PS1 backwards compatibility on PS2. Some games suffered worse quirks than others. I think Symphony of the Night in particular actually like would really glitch out on certain PS2 models. I thought it was kind of infamous for that, but I've never had that issue on this PS2 Slim I'm using, which is good. Ferryman. There's actually a very valuable money bag up there. I think it's worth like $1,000 or $2,000. There is a weapon in this game. I think it's called the Duplicator. It's like $500,000. It's the most expensive item in the game, I believe. And it'll take you a really long time to grind out for it. But looping this section over and over again is a way to get that. Okay, so this, I think, actually opens up the next ferryman area. I don't know if it's worth doing this. No, definitely not worth doing that. It is good to know there's a killer fish down there, though. There we go. So, most enemies in this game have at least 1 or 2 special item drops. And, if you're trying to like grind out and get every special item there is, it's good to know where the enemies are, so you can grind out on them to get their special items or their unique drops or whatever. That was actually carried over into the DS Castlevania games. And I guess probably Area of Sorrow and Game Boy Advance as well. Gimpler asks, I wonder if you can play PlayStation imports on a PS3. You can, but they are region locked, so you'd have to have, say, a Japanese PS3. If you're trying to use the original CDs. Yeah, unfortunately, I tested that a few years ago. I was like, oh man, it'd be awesome if I could just play all my imports on PS3. Nope, doesn't work. Alright, let's go back this way. Yeah, it's a real bummer that Sony decided to still region lock the PS1 stuff. Like, that was really a bizarre choice, in my opinion. It's like, why? I mean, doesn't hurt anything by letting people play other region games. It's not like PS1 games were still being sold on the market. I mean, like in physical form. I mean, maybe Sony didn't want to, like, and, you know, have that ability cut into their digital sales, but then again, like, you could still play American games, so, like, I don't know. Sony never made a whole lot of sense to me a lot of times. Liberal Arts Guy says, Mortal Kombat Trilogy freezes when you beat it on PS2 or PS3. Yeah, that's right, yeah, that was one of those notorious ones as well. That was a really popular game, so, like, it not working right was kind of a bummer. Alright, so I think what I want to do is go to the chapel. I need my flying ability. Liberal Arts Guy says you can do the Hen mod, which can make your PS3 play PS1 imports. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if there was a mod out yet where you could do that. Do you know much about that mod, Liberal Arts Guy? I assume it's a soft mod. And also, is it one of those soft mods you have to apply every time you boot the console up, or is it like a permanent mod? Because that's... I don't bother with those mods if it's not permanent, because it's just, I don't know, more trouble than it's worth. Also, playing PS1 games on PS3, it's not the best experience. There is significant input lag. Which is fine if you're playing something like Silent Hill or Final Fantasy VII, whatever. But if you're playing like a shoot-'em-up, it's really noticeable. So I generally don't like using the PS3 for PS1 stuff anyway, for that reason. Hen is an exploit, and it is permanent. Okay, awesome. Maybe I'll do that to my PS3, because I know the PS3 shop's not going to be around forever, and I've got a PS3 with a pretty large internal hard drive on it. I mean, for the time, it was large anyway. I think it's like a 500 gig model. So I could load up a bunch of ISOs on it, potentially. Or just use my Japanese games on it and see how it goes. I mean, I do like the convenience factor of being able to play them on the PS3, but I would like to have an excuse to boot up the PS3 more often. If I could play like a lot of my Japanese PS1 games on it, then I would have more reason to bust it out. The other nice thing about the PS3 is I can use component cables. Like I use the exact same component cables I'm using with my PS2. And I can run it into a CRT, which is pretty cool. But while I can play basically any pirated PS1 game I want, along with my own actual physical discs, I have to use an RGB cable. I can't use a component cable on PS1. So PS3, there is definitely a convenience factor, that's for sure. So it would be fun to mess around with that that way of playing PS1 games. Alright, these spike balls are super powerful. I just want to show something off real quick. If you get down next to this object, and you hold down the attack button, you literally just hold down the button. Encrypted Printer says, HEN is short for Homebrew Enabler, he believes. Okay, good to know. Freddy, all PS3s are region-free for PS3 games only. Once you start getting into PS1 and PS2 territory, they are not region-free. And the Japanese games you have, those are specifically packaged for the American store. So they bypass the region... Well, they don't bypass the region protection. Well, actually, I don't know how that works. They're digital games, so theoretically, I think, be able to play them on any console. But physical PS1 and PS2 games are not region-free on PS3. That's mainly what we were talking about. Desan says, grind out on this ball, he remembers. Yes, I usually do that, but I'm not grinding out on specific enemies on this playthrough. Which is another twist, because normally I kind of do the same type of playthrough every year. I grind out on the same enemies, I use the same weapons, but today we're doing something different. And experimenting, I should say. There's a whole bunch of different things you can do here by sitting in these chairs. It's pretty cool. It's also creepy. She's going to attack me. Yeah, there's a bunch of different apparitions that appear there. It's pretty cool. Oh, that's awesome, Liver Arts guy. So, you've actually got all your ISOs loaded up. Both PS1 and PS2 ISOs. That's cool. Yeah, I might look into that. You know, just... I don't know, we'll see. I've got a lot of things on my plate. So we'll see if I actually get around to it, but... Again, I would like to have a better reason to bust out my PS3. Ugh. Bad luck. Dude, again? Seriously? It's not annoying or anything. Birds, the nemesis of every Castlevania player. Doesn't matter how good you are, they will get you eventually. See, normally I have an axe, so the birds aren't a problem, but now I don't have an axe. Alright, so we can't come here yet, but we're gonna have to later. The sword you get from that apparition right there is actually pretty cool. It's got a quarter circle forward attack, which some weapons have, and it's like a really rapid attack. It's always pretty fun when they drop that. I don't want any of these drops. Hey, Crestline, welcome back. Alright, boss time. Got him. Holy water for the win. And there's Maria again. We'll just skip her her conversation. Pretty cool backdrop. Good for spooky season. What do I think is the best sword in the game? Well, that would be the Chrysogram. I always like, and we'll end up doing this strategy, is I like using the Osafune Katana. And we get that in the inverted castle behind the big waterfall. So with that weapon, you can do a quarter circle forward, and Alucard can basically be remained, he can remain invincible if you can just loop the attack over and over again. And that's usually how I end up, like, beating Dracula and whatnot. Jump kick him to death. Nice, this is the castle keep. And teleporter. I don't need to actually go through it, I just need to get to the room. Excuse me. Alright. Now we can double jump. So that will certainly come in handy. Encrypted Printer asks, do I have an opinion on hitboxes? Not really. I think they're pretty cool. I feel like I can probably do the clock tower now. Oh, and you know what? Oh, man. Yeah, I've got no way of getting back up that waterfall. Oh, that's right, I can do Olrox's quarters as well. Maybe that's what I should do next. Yeah. Unfortunately, I haven't opened up any shortcuts, so we're going to be taking the scenic route regardless. Okay. Am I going to get through the inverted castle as well? Well, it wouldn't be a full playthrough without doing that. So yes, I will be doing the inverted castle. Do it again. I might even be able to do the clock tower right now too. All right, let's go to Ulrox's quarters. Man, I'm feeling kind of weak right now. Yeah, I don't even have my mist ability yet either. Actually, I should be able to come down here. Because of that. Just a ring. Yeah, so what we're trying to do here is go to the center of the castle. And I've got the stopwatch, which will allow me to get this other secret area. You'll see what I mean once we get there. But since I've got the double jump, I can actually access it now. Alright, here we go. Use the stopwatch, and now we can jump up here. And these are basically like fake versions of items that were stolen from me earlier. So normally they're called the Alucard. Sword, armor, shield. These are the Alucard ones. So they're actually fake. Let me actually look at this. Yeah, I don't know. I'll go ahead and equip that anyway. And equipping these doesn't really... I don't think these rings affect like your look. But there are some capes you get, like your cape will change colors and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. Yeah, so these are the Alucard versions. It's actually weaker than what the armor I have equipped already is. So let's actually do that. And... intelligence... I'll do that. Intelligence affects, I think, your magic meter. Let's see if I've got anything else here. I don't think I've picked up any other major weapons. Oh, I did get that. Okay. And there's the Alucard sword. Go ahead and equip that. Yeah, basically the same type of weapon. Oops, did not mean to do that. And this is also opened up, as you can see. Like I said, it kind of just opens and closes based on the time on the clock. Or I don't know if it's based on the time on the clock itself, or if it's just like X amount of seconds have passed, and then it opens, and then it closes. So these next couple areas will probably be somewhat dangerous, given that I'm not stupid upgraded. I'm not stupid powerful right now. Alright, so actually one thing I would like to do is open up the teleporter, because we will have to come back here later. I'm not going to kill these guys. So up, then quarter circle forward will allow you to do a teleportation attack. Normally it's just fireballs. But if you hold, I guess, up on the D-pad, he'll actually do his alternate attack. But doing that teleportation attack is actually a really good way of just teleporting through enemies that might, you know, be a significant roadblock. I actually did not want to do that. I just wanted to trigger the room. Trigger it so I've got it open for later on in the playthrough. And I think I am not back. Alright, that should be it. Nice. Alright, so this should take us to the Colosseum. This is a somewhat dangerous place. Definitely one of the more dangerous, like, you know, regular castle areas. So I'm gonna have to try to play smart here. Crestline, yeah, so I don't know if you know, but PS2 backwards compatibility, there's like, as the PS2 was revised over the years, like, it, Sony, like, I guess updated, like, I don't know, I'm terrible at explaining these things. Basically, like, there were hardware revisions that would cause incompatibilities. But there were some games that just never really worked right out of the box anyway on a PS2 with backwards compatibility. MK Trilogy being one of them. I think it was basically how, like, part of it was how, like, the video hardware in the PS1 was emulated. Alright, this is actually a really cool sub-weapon, but it uses up a lot of hearts, so I'm not going to use it. Yeah, I know there's people that have documented the PS2 variations online in relation to how the backwards compatibility functions. So it'd be interesting to, like, find a deep dive on that. You know, just Google it and you'll have a better insight as to, like, why games didn't work correctly. Alright, but here's Richter. Oops. I keep using the stopwatch by accident. Yeah, those are both bosses from Rondo of Blood, which is pretty cool, being able to fight them both at once. Alright, I believe this is how we get our mist upgrade. Alright, there we go. So with mist, we can actually go through these gates. What is my favorite Castlevania to play? Castlevania Legends on the Game Boy. It is, I think, single-handedly the greatest game ever made. This is kind of a dangerous area. Wow. Okay, we'll do that later. No, I get that question all the time, so I just kind of like poke fun at people when I am asked it for the 7th time on one stream. But no, seriously, my favorite Castlevania is Castlevania 4. That's the one I go back to the most. And then I would actually probably put the some of the NES games like right below it, like Castlevania 1, Castlevania 3. Those are all the ones I go back to the most. You like Rondo of Blood? It's so hard. Rondo's not hard. Well, comparatively to other Castlevania games, it's not that hard. I'm gonna say, I probably should have grabbed that dagger. Just gotta play it more, get used to the patterns. Speaking of Rondo, gold skeleton from Rondo. Alright, let's see what my map is looking like here. Right, we'll go to the next level. Man, I am really freaking hungry right now, and I ate food like just 2 hours ago. Hate this feeling. Freddy asks, what version of Castlevania 3 do I prefer? Definitely the American one, hands down. For someone of my level, like, I need a challenge, and the Japanese version's not, you know, it's significantly easier, and to the point where I kind of get bored playing it. Whereas the American one's always interesting to me, especially once I start playing the second loop. So yeah, I definitely prefer the American one. But yeah, I mean, the hardest Castlevania for me, in my opinion, is it's US Castlevania 3 loop number 2, and then it is versus Castlevania Arcade loop number 2. I don't know if I've actually finished loop number 2 on versus Castlevania Arcade. I know I've tried before. Jeez, they do a ton of damage. Woo! Yeah, a lot of people like the Japanese Castlevania 3 a lot more because, you know, they're not as skilled. They have a much harder time going through those games, and so, you know, the lower difficulty, you know, it makes sense that they prefer that version. Plus, a lot of people love the music in the Japanese version, and I do too, but I've always felt the American soundtrack is much more moody. You know, the Japanese soundtrack kind of has this almost like in-your-face feel to it. I'm almost listening to like a rock album as I'm playing the game. The American soundtrack, it's a little more in line with like the original Castlevania, but has a lot of like really low bass tones on it that really fits like the grim atmosphere. There's also some other tweaks in the American version for the better, like some hitbox adjustments and, you know, different enemy sprites. They actually dropped an item. I'm kind of curious what that was. I don't think it was a weapon. Yeah, I'm going to actually switch over to this because it looks like... Oh, I've also got the rod, too. The rod is actually pretty cool. Maybe I'll use that for a little bit. Let's try this first. Yeah, same type of weapon. Let's switch over to the rod. It's slightly weaker, but it's also got some pretty good reach. And yeah, back forward, and you can do that little attack. That's pretty cool. They're basically like Gradius shields. I guess they just block projectiles, maybe? Because they're not actually hurting that guy, which is a bummer. You know, I'm going to actually switch back. I think I'm doing attacking more rapidly with this weapon. The rod has a little bit of a delay to it. See, kind of like that. Alright, let's see. I'm basically done with this area. So we got the mist. So what we're going to do now is go back to the library. That's what I want to do. This music is so chill. I'm so used to being so overpowered here, and here I'm just like getting wrecked by these guys. Which is good. I like that. Freddy asks, thoughts on the arcade Castlevania game Haunted Castle? It's a game, alright. It most certainly is a game. I don't know, I kind of have a soft spot for it. It's janky as all hell, but it's got a pretty good mood to it. And it's got some really good music, actually. Ah, just jump right over it. And you too. I'll take that, though. See ya! Actually, that might have been where we wanted to go. Oh, no. There we go. Okay. Alright, back to the library, and then, yeah. Alright, let's use our map. Oh, and you know what? I'm a dummy. Why don't we save some time? Use a library card. For some reason I never use these. I get them, I have a ton of them, and I never actually use them. But they exist for a reason. Let me unequip that too. One thing I like about the Saturn version is they actually give you a third set of hands. Or a third hand, just for special item uses. Alright, so I don't actually need to do anything here. I could try to buy some stuff if I wanted to, but it's not really a big deal. And I can, of course, try to sell some of those rings I don't need. Now we can get up here, so we have double jump. Okay. Let's try that again. Alright, much better. When there are ruins with tons of enemies in them, like, it's just easier to soul steal. Get rid of them. So there are a couple of gimmicks you can use to try to get some extra airtime. So we're gonna double jump. I'm pressing the wrong button. There it is. So using the mist actually gave me a little bit of extra airtime. So there are a couple ways in like the sequence break in this game by doing stuff like that. Alright, it's another rod. Probably like a different sub-weapon. This music is so relaxing. Looks like the stopwatch actually works on him, which is interesting. Good timing on that. These guys basically become normal enemies later on. Alright, we can use our mist form here. And we get our bat transformation. Hell yeah. I didn't realize I can do that right away. Yeah, that's the bat charge. You hold down the attack and do like a... Yep. Oh, that's such a great movement option. I love it. Whee! Smash into things left and right. But now we can actually fly places. Oh, this is actually kind of bad. Suckers. Oh, I love it. I love it so much. This is where, like, the game starts to become really fun because you, I mean, it's always really fun for the most part, but you can start just, like, skipping around the castle like crazy. Okay, why is it not working? There we go. Alright, here's our first familiar. This is the fairy, which I will go ahead and equip. So again, this is all in Japanese. Once you played this game a bunch, you figure it out pretty easily. So this is the fairy card. We can go ahead and equip it. And she'll give us special perks. Like she'll heal us when our life is low. Things like that. It's pretty handy stuff. Legend asks, this game has Street Fighter style moves. I don't even think the manual tells you how to do them, but yes, it does have those types of attacks. Like that right there. So, left, right, up, down does this fireball. Holding up and then a half circle forward down does a set of 4. I'm struggling to actually do them. There we go. Up, then quarter circle forward. Does teleport. There we go. Standard fireballs. Half circle up and forward. Does dark metamorphosis. I'm doing it too fast, I think. Alright, Milo. You gotta move, bud. You gotta move over this way, bud. Thank you. Why is it not working? There it is. Yeah. GS Davis asks, do I have a favorite vampire movie? That's a tough question. I really like From Dusk Till Dawn. Yeah, the first From Dusk Till Dawn. It's not a vampire movie per se, but Monster Squad is awesome. Dracula is actually pretty brutal in that movie, considering it's like a kid's film. Man, I know if I like really think about it, I'd probably be able to name off some other ones. I like the original Bram Stoker's Dracula from '92. I do really enjoy that one. Oh, The Lost Boys. The Lost Boys is like an all-time favorite of mine. That's a vampire movie. And hey, Mike, how are you doing, man? Welcome back. Alright, so now that we have the bat, we can actually do some stuff. Really struggling with my rotation motions. Wait. Oh, I'm out of magic. Oh, that's a problem. Yeah, I used the bat moves a little too often. I was wondering why I couldn't change back to my bat form. So this is where I would have ended up. It's a diamond. Don't really need it. Actually, no. I'm gonna stick with the dagger, the knife. Jeez. You guys are killing me here. Okay, there we go. Alright, so just like in Rondo, I'm going to click these into place. There it is. That's one. There's 4 of them. That's 2. Nice. 1-hit kill. That's good. Still taking damage from water. Okay. That's 3. That's 4. That opens up this door down here. She's talking to me! Yeah, sometimes the familiars will point out secret areas, breakable walls. That's pretty handy. You grind out on these guys forever, you can get like some pretty good weapon drops from them, but there's some of the rarer item drops in the whole game. There was one time where I intentionally grinded out on every enemy type to get all of their drops, and those guys took some of the longest for me. Got a little tedious, needless to say. All right. Alright. This is the lead up to our boss fight for this area. Don't really care about a lot of these item drops. It's been fun playing through this game and not been grinding out on enemies intentionally. Because it's been making me actually have to, like, work on some of these boss fights, which is pretty cool. We're gonna need to try to save our data. Yeah, it's really good that we've got the bat. It really opens up a lot of areas for us. Encrypted Printer says, I always love how the fairy would land on Alucard's shoulder if you idle long enough. Yeah. Lots of great attention to detail in this game. Just like that. It's good stuff. Okay, switch over. That's the wrong one. There it is. Still trying to get used to my transformation controls. They're all the way over on this right-hand side here. So you can eventually get an upgrade for the bat that allows you to shoot fireballs. Alright, got another familiar. Now your familiars can level up too, and when they do that, they'll actually end up with different, like, abilities and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. Alright, so what we don't want to do is go to the left, because what we'll end up doing is fighting Richter, and then when we beat him, we'll get the bad ending. So if we want to keep our game going, we can't do that. Ugh. Hate these guys. Oops. Wrong transformation. Time waster. Come on, man. So you can actually get an attack, or not an attack, but an ability later on in the game that allows your mist form to do damage. Which is ideally what I would want right here, but yeah. Alright, there we go. I do like that you got iframes when you switch off of your transformations. Alright, so now we just got an ability that lets me just fly as long as I want, pending however much magic points I have left. So I'm not doing damage with the mist form yet, but at least I can get through this part a little bit easier. Alright, let's go ahead and transform back. Oh man. Craziness. Alright. Oops. There we go. Okay, what I want to do is come back up here, access the safe spot. So now things are really starting to open up in terms of abilities and, you know, yeah. So our next goal is to basically just keep traversing the castle, go get items we missed, other upgrades. The clock tower should basically be done. What are we at? 2 hours and 20 minutes on the stream. Alright, yeah, what I will do is we can try to do Olrox's lair right now. That's probably gonna be a tough fight, actually, come to think of it. Actually, come to think of it, I probably would like, you know, some hearts. Definitely gonna want to use those on Olrox, who is our next boss fight. So this is actually the boss fight here, I believe. Screw it. I didn't save it, but let's hope for the best here. Yeah, he's doing a lot of damage. Probably one of the best looking fights in the game, though. There's a lot of good visual effects here. Alright, that's form number 1. Oh, that was bad. Alright, I'm gonna try something different. Alright, let's do this. Corn dogs, yeah. Okay, get out of the transformation, please. Only 20 hit points. Okay. I keep hitting the right buttons thinking they're gonna be my start buttons. Alright. Let's see. What's that worth? I don't know. One thing you can do is you can use limited use items. Attack items. That's all it did? That's all it did. Alright. And we got this bomb here. We can try to drop on him. Nice, we got him. That was tricky. All right. So I don't have a lot of magic right now. I always forget which potion can refill that for you. But let's actually switch back to one of our more powerful weapons. We've got the that secondary rod. That second rod, I should say. Looks like this is a dual-handed weapon, which I don't ever use dual-handed weapons on this. Ah, screw it. Let's try it. It's powerful. Yeah, this is actually why I don't usually use them. Because they're slow. And you can't even attack diagonally downwards with this one. Doesn't look like there are any other attacks with it. Yeah, it's a bummer. Alright, so I'm trying to remember which one I was using. It was probably that. And we'll use that. Bye-bye, Jewel Knuckle. Load sequence. Whee! Alright, this is probably the ability to shoot fireballs, I'm guessing. With the bat. Yep. Pretty handy. Oops. Man, I keep reaching over to the transformations for some reason. Don't know why I'm doing that. Another familiar. And it should be a safe spot, like right around here. There we go. Alright, good deal. You know what I'll probably do is I'll make it to the upside down castle. And then after that, I will likely take a break. Maybe grab a snack or something. And then we'll do the upside down castle fresh. Should be a secret up here somewhere. There it is. Another familiar. And it's a little bit of a shortcut back to the chapel. I don't think there are any items we have to get at the chapel. Not right now, anyway. We will have to come back towards the end. What I would like to do is actually go back to the beginning, because there's another wolf upgrade. And then we can try to work our way back to that waterfall. Yeah, that's going to be my next course of action. Now, the fastest way to get there, on the other hand... is probably to go back through Olrox's quarters and then just teleport over. I think that's the quickest way. So that's what I'm going to do. But we open that up. I'll go ahead and stick with... Yeah, I'll stick with the dagger for now. Or you can hop off enemies' heads in this. Actually, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We'll do it later on in the playthrough. In the central clock room, there's a vertical shaft you can go up and get some goodies, but I'm not going to do that right now. Okay, I'm exactly where I want to be. That's good. Go ahead and save it. It's been a little while. Saving is nice and quick in this game. Doesn't take long. So there is a gimmick you can do here. I always forget how to do this, but I don't know, we'll try it. I thought you're supposed to, like, walk through this with the wolf. And then maybe with the bat. I always forget how to do this. Yeah, I don't know. But basically what ends up happening... Oh! Okay, we got it. It opens up this little secret right here. New weapon. Let's check that out. Just out of curiosity. Oh yeah, it's this one. I don't know if it like makes money appear faster or something like that, but... maybe it's just fancy. It's slow though, which is like really weird. So okay, so we can actually come up here now. Nothing too special up in this area. Save spot. Got some armor. We might have to check that out. Actually, haven't been looking at the armor pickups lately. Also, I believe your familiars, they only, like, get one experience point for, like, every enemy you kill. It's something like that. It's very little. So, to level up your familiars, I think you're actually best off grinding out on enemies that you can kill in just, like, one hit. So, there are a couple of the sections where you'll have, like, 10 bats just lined up, and you can just try to, like, repeat kill all those bats. Oops. Wolf upgrade. Also, this is an area where you can get a cross if you really want to. I don't typically use the cross, it uses a ton of hearts. Okay, switch back to our wolf form, and I think we might have the ability now. Yeah, oh yeah. This is how you speed through stuff really fast. But it uses up a lot of your MP. Alright, so we're gonna go to the waterfall. which will open up the catacombs. And we have to be down here anyway. There's another boss fight I haven't done yet. Running around as the wolf is actually pretty fun, not gonna lie. Alright, I don't know if I'm gonna have enough magic to get all the way up top. Let's see. Man, my wrist is starting to hurt. It's not even that I'm playing this game with an arcade stick, it's just that my muscles have just been really acting up lately. No, 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 no. We have to do that all over again. Oh, man. It is Crestline. It is a lovely theme. I agree. Oops. Alright, so the gimmick here is you have to get this skeleton ape, is what they call them. You have to lure him over to the wood. You don't want to get too close to him, otherwise he'll throw that barrel at you. And you need that barrel to get down here. Nice. Alright, and that should stay open. Yep. Yeah, there's a few things I'm going to do this way before I go to the underground areas. Or the further underground areas. I can't talk right now. I think it's a sign I need to take a break. And just chill out. Go ahead and save it. But I do want to go down below. I think I might get the snorkel here. Which allows me to breathe underwater and not take damage. Yep, there's the ferryman. I'll take you to a good place. I think that's what he says in Castlevania 2. I do love that they brought back some stuff from Castlevania 2 in this, like the ferryman. Although he was technically in Rondo of Blood. Oh, that's not cool. Oh, okay, we're good. Snorkel! So now I can breathe underwater. No damage. So ideally you get that if you want to explore the underwater areas in the game, if you're trying to get a, you know, a perfect map clearance rating and whatnot. But also there are some items hidden underwater, which could be handy. Now I can actually use the wolf underwater. One thing I love about the wolf is if you jump off a hill, you'll actually jump a little bit higher. It's like Quake physics. Chat's gotten a little quiet. How's everybody doing tonight? Hopefully you're enjoying the stream. My semi-casual playthrough of Symphony of the Night. It's definitely been interesting with this arcade stick. Alright, let's fly upwards. DG says, the stream is awesome, but his work is pissing him off. I'm sorry to hear that. Not a good day at work, I take it. Chris says, your streams are always a joy to watch. Hey, thank you, Chris. Much appreciated. Alright, so there's going to be a safe spot over here. And we're going to fight the succubus, who apparently has a library card fetish. Wouldn't be the weirdest thing I've heard in a video game. Alright, so we don't want to do that just yet. We want to do this first, just to be safe. Randy says, I watch you on Xbox, but chat with the phone. Gotcha, gotcha, okay. Yeah, I actually use my Xbox to watch YouTube videos, but I use it through the Edge web browser, because I have a Series X. And I have a wireless keyboard and mouse hooked up to it, so I can still like chat or post comments and stuff like that. And this is the nightmare sequence. And that's supposed to be your mother. But it's not. It's a fake out. It's a succubus. And I'm cursed again. There it is. Yeah, I can definitely tell that I'm getting more and more powerful because, and this is actually a mandatory ring. There are 2 mandatory rings you have to find. And that is one of them. Yeah, Randy, I agree. I do wish the bosses were a little more challenging. Now, thankfully, there are lots of different ways to tackle the bosses, but yeah, one thing I liked about some of the DS Vanias, especially Order of Ecclesia, like they really raised the difficulty on the bosses in that game. And so, like, you had to actually learn patterns and stuff like that. That was kind of nice. I don't want that. Hey, FPS Fanatic, welcome back. He says this is his favorite game of all time. Hell yeah. Awesome. Let's take a look on our map. That's right, I still need to go back to the catacombs, so we're gonna go ahead and just fall down. It's the one thing that basically keeps it from being a 2D Dark Souls, yeah. Yeah, the light difficulty definitely keeps it from getting to that level. also think that it's a big reason why, like, it's such a popular game, is that anybody can play it. You know, whereas other Castlevania games can be a little alienating because they can be quite challenging. Which, that's always been normal for me with Castlevania. You know, I grew up with the games, so not really a big deal for me, but there's a lot of people that just think they're too hard. Now, there are things you could probably do to, you know, make the game a little more challenging, like don't equip armor, you know, try to go through the game without any armor. You know, there are ways to definitely limit yourself. Try to use, like, a weaker weapon. Holy crap, Chris Clark with $20. You guys are spoiling me tonight. Thank you so much. Seriously, thank you, thank you. Have yourself a good night. He says, heading to bed. Thanks for all the great streams. Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for tuning in. Alright, this is where the game starts to get a little creepy. A little more moody. I think I have to go this way. Nope. You always want your save spots. Hey, Don, welcome back. Yeah, after this area, I think we're almost good to go for the center of the castle. We have to get a second ring from Maria, and that's going to require us getting the spike breaker armor. Such a cool background. I love it. Come on, there you go. Alright, good deal. Man, the stream delays, actually, that's quite a lot. Alright, we're gonna switch to a different familiar here. I don't know which one is the demon. That's the sword familiar. Let's try that one. Ah, it's another fairy. It's not. I don't think it's the same fairy. Yeah, it's a different fairy. I think this might be the ghost. Damn, did I not get the demon card? This could be a problem. You need the demon card so you can to flip this switch, and I don't think I have it. There it is. Yeah, thanks again, Chris. Much appreciated. Saturn the Cat, welcome to the stream. He says, Austin, I really enjoy your streams too. I didn't really understand how to play the older Castlevanias until you explained it in one of my videos. Okay. Specifically how you can run through it like it's Mario. Yeah. Yeah, there's a rhythm and rhyme to the old classic Castlevania series, so... this is a bummer, though, because we actually have to go through here. Yes, I know there's a switch. Why don't you go up there and press it, lady? I'm gonna switch over to the axe. Actually, no, I'm not. Oh, I'm cursed. Wow, these guys are wrecking me. Hey, Andy. Hope your lurk goes well. I see office dullards out there. Welcome back. Welcome back. Oh yeah, that might be the demon card right there. And for some reason I always thought I was supposed to get this earlier. I guess that's what happens when I only play through this once a year. It's probably that one. Yeah, I think it's that one. There he is. Really struggling with some of my rotations. I think some of the switches on this stick probably need to be replaced because I guarantee you they're the original parts from when this stick was released like over 20 years ago. But with this stick, I don't play a lot of fighting games. I mostly play shoot-'em-ups. Shoot-'em-ups and other various arcade games, but not a lot of fighting games with this one. Since I don't play a lot of fighting games anymore. Alright, that enemy is pretty dangerous, so right now I'm just gonna skip her. I need a safer way of attacking her. Alright, we just got the power of Sire, which is like a screen-clearing bomb. Not super useful as a standalone item, but if you get the duplicator, you can use it infinitely. And that is super broken, but also super fun. I legitimately love how broken this game can get. It's one of the things that makes it so awesome. You know, so many different ways to play the game once you figure out how to. It's like a sandbox, basically. Yeah, all these guys are pretty powerful right now. No, Leo, they are Sanwa. Yeah, it's all Sanwa. So, yeah, no, you can easily swap out the buttons on this one, but I have not done that. Well, actually, a couple of the buttons on the far right, they used to be primary buttons like square and X, and I moved them over to the far right because, like it was dropping inputs. Like, I would press the button, but nothing would happen. So I swapped the buttons back and forth, and it's been fine. You know, my primary buttons are good again. All right, let's see. I need to actually just go back to where I was. So, have I ever played Crusader No Remorse? I have not. No. I've always wanted to try those. They looked like they were they could be pretty fun. Alright, there we go. Working our way down further. Having the axe is actually better for this boss fight. But I'm gonna stick with the dagger anyway, just to like mix things up. Yeah, so what we're gonna get here is the Spike Breaker armor. It's extremely important. First, let's go this way. Jump! Go, doggy! He gets so fast. Look at that. I love it. Yeah, not worth it. That barely does. The knives barely do any damage on this guy. Jeez. How many hit points do you have? Too many. This sword is pretty cool. Let's see if, see how much damage it does. Yeah, not bad. Oh, actually, what we're going to do is actually check out some armor and stuff like that. See if we can get something that beefs our stats up a little bit. I'm going to leave that. Yeah, 18 defense. I'll take that. And that doesn't really do much for me. I think that the boot there might actually be what's giving me my like head stomp attack. You've got this. I guess between certain hours of the day, you end up more powerful. And that one completely kills my defense. So, but my power is like crazy. All right, so this is one of the halves, or one of the two rings I need to get through the center of the castle. Might as well go ahead and just equip it. There you go. You can do quarter circle forward and attack. Probably not really worth doing, but it's still cool that you can do it. Yeah, this weapon is way more powerful. Way more than whatever else I was using. Yeah, getting close to the boss fight. Alright, this is Legion. Wow, that was fast. Another sword I'm probably not going to use. That's okay. I like this one. PS Fanatic says when this game first came out, he didn't think much of it, but after seeing his friend play it, he couldn't put it down. He beat the game in one sitting. Very nice. Yeah, honestly, I was a little bit of the same way. I didn't really know what to think of the game when I first played it. Kind of took me, getting a walkthrough. Because again, my first version was the Japanese Saturn one. And I jumped in right away with Richter, thinking that's how you were supposed to play the game. You know? Protagonist from the previous game. Nope. You're supposed to play as Alucard. Very different gameplay with Alucard. And that's when it finally clicked, is when I played it with Alucard. Yeah, let's do this. Alright, so right here we need to... Oh. We're gonna have to actually let our magic charge up a little bit. I wasn't even thinking about that. Well, we basically have to use the bat there, and he's got this sort of, like, sonar type of ray. Sonar ray type of thing. And it allows you to see spikes around you, that way you don't slam into spikes and die. And you will juggle off spikes. You'll hit one set of spikes, they'll bounce you into another set of spikes, and yet another set of spikes. Before you know it, you're dead. So, definitely one of the more dangerous areas in the game. Legend, on the Saturn version, you can play as Richter right from the beginning. On this version, you have to beat the game first. I think you have to beat the game first. Alright, let's see. There it is. And then you type in Richter on the title screen as your name, and then you can play as him. But yeah, in the Saturn version, you get Richter and Maria right out of the box. No unlocking necessary. Alright, that's it right there. It's the Spike Breaker armor. Let's go ahead and equip that, actually. Yep, and it's basically lets you break spikes. Hence the name. Yeah, look at that. Barely any iframes. Just like Rondo of Blood. Actually, I think you get even less iframes than this. Alright, we're basically done with this area. Let's go ahead and save it. Legend says, I know that they play very different, but for some reason this is making me want to play Blood Omen and Legacy of Kain again. Yeah. I played that game a decent bit in the late 90s. I always really liked that. I never did finish it, though. I've always wanted to go back and try to do that. Unfortunately, I'm not going to have enough time to stream all the things I want for October. Like Blood Omen, Legacy of Kain. Too many games, too little time. Especially when your time limit is like 31 days. I mean, I could technically just like stream it whenever, but it's always fun doing it during spooky season. Alright, so I need to get back to the chapel. I think that's really all we need to do. And then we can go to the center of the castle. So I'm going to have to warp back towards the beginning. Alright, there it is. John says November could be spooky too. You know, I haven't gotten the boots yet that allow me to, like, dash up into the air. Oh, you know what? Okay, never mind. Getting ahead of myself. Yeah, there are still a couple items we need to get. One is actually in this this original boss room, which I forgot about for some reason. You think the original Fear would be a cool game to stream for the October, maybe next year? Yeah, you know, I haven't beaten that game since, like, man, probably like 2007. It's been a long time. Another familiar. Alright, getting close. Some of the backtracking in this could be a little tedious. Should probably save it since I haven't done that in a while. Yeah, like there's no instant warp to the chapel. You're gonna have to go near Dracula's quarters and kind of go from there, or take the teleporter that's towards the bottom of the map, towards the beginning. You know what? Actually, now that I think about it, I think switching over to Aurochs's lair actually probably would have been faster. I wasn't really paying attention. Bird. Alright, switch over to Mist. Back to Bats. That's pretty satisfying. How Maria got in there, I have no idea. And there's our next ring. Yep, I believe that's it. Duck Hunt live stream on Thanksgiving. Actually, I'm not even sure if I'll work on Thanksgiving. A lot of my coworkers like to work that holiday for some reason. I'm not sure if I'll have to work it. I might have to work it, since I normally work Thursdays. Alright, so now I need to get back to the center of the castle. No, I don't have the boots equipped anymore, but I'm still able to do the ground stomp. Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do is cut through the Colosseum to get back to the center of the castle. Which would be not there, but down here. That's right, back this way. Such groovy music. It's ghoulishly groovy. I feel like my triangle button is starting to get stuck. It's not popping up as fast as it probably should. Yeah, who knows how long this stick had been used for before I actually got it for my own collection. Yeah, it's a little mushy. Alright, so now we've got both of those mandatory rings equipped. We can get inside the center of the castle. Oops. I was trying to transform, I was pressing the wrong button. This might be where I get the ability I was thinking of. Yep, there it is. So you can press down, up, and jump. And if you do it in the air after a double jump, you can do it mid-air. And it's fantastic. Whee! All the way down. Alright, there should be a safe spot right over here to the left. And now we get to meet up with Maria, who we'll get a set of goggles from, which we can equip to fight Richter properly without killing him. And by doing so, you advance to the second half of the game, which is the inverted castle. And the inverted castle, you can either take your time with it, or you can try to just rush to all the mandatory bosses and then just finish the game, which we might do that. We'll see. But I suspect we still have an hour and a half or 2 hours of gameplay left, at least. Alright, I think she gave me the goggles. There are instances where I think you have to fight her. I don't know if that's in this version specifically, or if that's just, like, the Saturn version. I don't know if it's those, or if it's these. This is all in Japanese. It's actually kind of cool how this is inverted. That way when you go to the upside down castle, it's actually properly aligned. Pretty neat. Alright, what's the fastest way back to Dracula's throne room? Let's take a look at the map. Back through Olrox's lair, then teleport up. Yeah, that's basically the only way. Alright. I love that my dagger has actually become somewhat powerful now. FPS Fanatic asked, what's the difference about the Japanese version besides the language? That's a good question. I haven't checked on that in a long time. I can't really tell you off the top of my head. Price is a big one. The US version is like $150+ game now. It's pretty stupid. The Japanese version is way more affordable. I think there are some differences with a couple of the familiars. I think there are extra familiars in this version. There might have been some rare censorship here or there. I don't remember. Voice acting is very, very different. I'm sure others out there can provide a lot more details than I can right now. Alright, what we'll do is... I don't think I've really missed anything major as far as, like, upgrades and whatnot. I'll pick this set, and if we don't see the orb, then I know I've got the wrong pair of glasses on. I will take that. Okay, it's the right one. Wow, that was fast. Holy crap. Kitty cat. Come on, buddy. Come on over here. Alright. So this takes us to the inverted castle. And now, this is going to be interesting, because I'm still not that powerful in the grand scheme of things, so, like, enemies do a ton of damage in the inverted castle. So what I'm going to do, guys, is actually hit this save spot. And then I'm going to take a, I don't know, 5 to 10 minute break. I'm going to grab a snack, grab some water. I'm pretty dehydrated right now. Cross right there. And then we're going to come back, refreshed, and finish up this playthrough. So if you really wanted to grind out and you came to this upside down castle right away, you can just literally just like kill these skeletons over and over. They actually give you some pretty good experience. I'm just kind of curious how much I'm getting. So we're at next is 673. Next is... Whoa, giving me lots of experience just for like rinky-dink skeletons. Look at that. Am I gonna go for the chrysogram? No. Hell no. I've done that on stream here before. It takes way too much time. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother with it. Yeah, no thanks. Alright, let's hit our save spot. library card. I have plenty of. Gotta get in the habit of using this. Oh, alrighty, guys. I'm gonna put up my break time message. And yeah, like give me 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes tops. And I will see you back here soon. Okay, I am back. Hey, I see Mr. Scott Linux was out there. He says, GG, I've been lurking. Love the arcade stick overhead camera. Hell yeah. Thanks, Scott. Much appreciated. FPS Fanatic says he's very fortunate to have a sealed copy of this game that he bought many years ago. Oh, wow. Okay. Check the map. I'm trying to figure out which way I want to go first. I think what I'm going to do is go this way, because there is an upgrade of sorts. Thanks, Mario, for that. Hey, Major Havoc, welcome back. That's really interesting right there. Like, you can... Looks like a face, whether it's upside down or not. Some nice little touches in the upside-down castle. We got our big skulls from Rondo. I believe they're on Rondo. Mario has 2 copies of the game. Look at him, Mr. Hotshot. I'm going to actually switch over to the bat form. I only have 1 copy of this game. I actually do wish I had a US copy. You know, we can't all be winners. I actually do much prefer the packaging of the packaging of the Japanese one. Hey, let me actually try something here for a second. Alright, check this out. Whoa! So, if anybody wondering, this is the Japanese version. Yeah, much nicer cover artwork. And then this actually comes in one of those, like, less common kind of custom cases. Japanese custom cases. So if you break these, they are a little bit harder to replace. And it comes with a music CD. I know the lighting's not the best here. I usually like to keep my lights somewhat low when I stream, because when I have, like, bright lights blasting me in the face, it gets straining after a while. I don't know how streamers do that. And then, of course, just like a lot of Japanese PS1 and PS2 games, the manual is in full color. Yeah, it looks like I actually don't have a spine card. I don't know if these fatter cases came with spine cards. I feel like they probably did. Nor do I have, like, the registration card. I don't really care about that stuff anymore. Unless I put it back here. Let's see. Alright, that's not coming undone, and I don't want to break that. One thing I do if I do get spine cards is I'll take the inner tray out and I'll just put the spine card behind it. That way it doesn't get, like, worn from, like, repeated manual removals. But yeah, that's a Japanese version for PS1. And I wasn't expecting to come over to this template, and so I had the wrong thumbnail. There we go. Not a big deal. Does this have the vocal song at the end? Yes, it does. Although we're probably going to end up muting that because I think I might get a copyright claim on it, because I think it's like a licensed song. So we're actually not going to hear that, unfortunately. Oh, man. Alright, let's see. What do I want to do? I want to refer back to my map. So let's go up this way. And what I should do is actually activate this teleporter first. Yeah, I know a lot of people probably don't like me playing the Japanese version on stream, but it's like, it's the version I have. And, you know, it's also like one of those personal favorites in my collection. It's not worth a lot of money compared to the American one, but I don't really think about my stuff that way that often. You know, it's just like a personal favorite item. It's Symphony of the Night! But with good box art. Alright, let's actually come down here. Apparently I didn't do this yet. I would like to have a copy of the Saturn version someday again. I know that's gone up quite a lot. Since that was actually the first version I played. And it's not... Once you've played a lot of the PS1 version, it's kind of hard to go back to the Saturn one. It slows down so much, and it doesn't look anywhere near as nice. You know... It is what it is, you know. Saturn hardware is totally different from PS1 hardware, which is why it ended up the way it did. It kind of had to end up the way it did, because the hardware was so different. Saturn does not render 3D like the PlayStation does. Carlos says, as long as it's fun, that's all that matters. Yeah. I mean, I don't play Symphony of the Night for the story. I never have. You know, it's nice knowing what the story is. And speaking of story beats, like, we have to go back through the castle now and gather Dracula's... Kind of like Castlevania 2, where you gotta gather Dracula's body parts or special items. Don says playing the Japanese version is actually good because he doesn't see too many videos of this version. Okay, right on. Yeah, and I mean, I've played the American version so many times on various different platforms over the years. From PS1 to Xbox 360 to PS4 to PSP. That I know the game quite well. Actually, let's just go ahead and use Mist. So it's like, even though it's in Japanese, it doesn't really matter. Because I've played the game so many times over the years. Knight Rider? Well, you gotta think about the state of Castlevania in general. I think Konami just felt that this type of game was better suited to the handheld market. And you gotta remember that at the time, those games were current. Konami was doing other Castlevanias on console. You had Lament of Innocence and Curse of Darkness, which were pretty big releases for Konami. You know, for home console, basically 3D was in, 2D was out. I mean, I think that's basically why. Like, 2D stuff in general back then, during that PS2 era, didn't really seem to do too well for the most part. more traditional 2D style games were just an afterthought for a lot of companies back then. I do wish they had revisited this format on console. That would have been nice, in my opinion, just because I didn't really care for the 3D Castlevanias that much. I mean, I still like them, but they are some of the weaker Castlevanias ever made, in my book. That's the other thing about handhelds at the time. It seems like 2D was still kind of like relevant on handhelds because the 3D hardware capabilities in those systems, even like the PSP, still not quite up to snuff with console stuff. And especially the Nintendo DS. I mean, like, yeah, I could do 3D, but it was like very rudimentary. It was like very much PS1 style 3D. Okay, this is a little chaotic, I had to say. Alright, where are my gears at? I think they're a little bit higher up. Alright, there's... Oh, jeez. Fortunately, these gold Medusas turn you into stone, so this can kind of be a pain in the ass. There we go. Using the knife to like lock those things into place. That's classic. I think I actually clicked that one into place by using Soul Steel. There we go. Alright, work our way back up. Don says if a new 2D Castlevania game came out, it would probably get more of a pop now that Metroidvanias are popular again. Yeah. You know, one thing that kind of annoyed me is there was that new 2D-ish Castlevania for iPhones, iOS, basically, and it's exclusive to Apple Arcade. And the sad part is like, I actually played it for just a few minutes, and it was actually pretty fun. Like, if they just ported that to modern systems, people would eat it up, I think. Stupid Apple exclusivity. Alright, I'm gonna go this way. Night Rider asks, not sure if anyone asked, but did you watch the Netflix Castlevania, and if so, what did you think? I primarily only watched the original series, and I really liked it. I tried watching the new one, called Nocturne, Castlevania Nocturne, and I don't know, I don't even know if I finished the first episode. I didn't really care for it that much, but I do plan on going back when I get some time, probably after October. And try to watch all the way through it, since I did sign up for Netflix again, and I'm paying for it, so I should take advantage of it. Don, it was Grimoire of Souls, yes. I mean, like I said, I played it, and it was actually, like, pretty fun. I would love to find a way to, like, capture that properly. I got a, cable for my iPhone to capture, but it was, like, all sorts of choppy. So I was like, I can't capture this. It wasn't an official cable, though, so... Alright, so I'm gonna probably take things a little bit slower here because everything's extremely dangerous now. Like, I'm at 323. That was 41 damage just for running into a floating skull. Carlos says he just looked up Castlevania on the App Store and he sees Symphony of the Night on iOS. He didn't know they had that either. I didn't know they had that either. That's pretty cool. I mean, especially with a lot of these modern smartphones, you can just hook up a modern game controller to it. I think I had my Xbox controller hooked up to it. So that's kind of neat. I wonder how that version is. I think we're back to the library. Yep. And this is basically where you would get the chrysogram, which is the best weapon. I think it's probably the best weapon in the game. But I am not going to be grinding out for that. I'm actually barely doing any damage against these guys. Jeez. What did I think of Area of Sorrow? I think Area of Sorrow is excellent. I think its replay value is probably a little bit lower than other Metroidvanias because it is such a streamlined experience. Like, there were very few parts where you really have to, like, experiment and really, like, explore. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to figure out how to, like, put my thoughts into words. Basically, Area of Sorrow, sorry. Every time you beat a section, it basically, like, puts you right out where you need to go next. It is, it's kind of hard to get lost in it, which is, actually, it's probably a good thing. But yeah, I mean, for the GBA, it's got great visuals, it's got a great soundtrack, and the controls feel very, very fluid. Yeah, you know, a long time ago, I went through all three of the GBA Castlevanias just, like, back to back. And Area was the one that, like, just made the most sense and just flowed the best. I'd say Circle of the Moon is still my favorite on Game Boy Advance, though, because it's challenging. It's much, much more challenging, which I like. And it is also a little more straightforward than the other two. Not really having, like, a crazy upgrade system. Yeah, you can unlock cards, but it's more about the physical abilities, like wall jumping and double jumping and running and stuff like that. But yeah, Area of Sorrow is a fantastic game. It's great. Actually, hold on a second. I need to check. Did I actually do a stream of that on my channel? Oops. Crap, I hit the wrong thing. Alright, hold on a second, guys. Hit the wrong key. thought I did a full playthrough of Area, but let's see. If not, I need to get on that. Yeah, I did. 7.5 hour playthrough, jeez. And I thought going through Symphony of the Night was long. Actually, my Circle of the Moon playthrough, I think, was even longer. I think it was almost 12 hours, because after I beat the game, I decided to go and figure out how to get every single card. Yeah, 10 hours and 15 minutes. I was burnt out by the end of that playthrough. I should probably try to see if I've got more powerful weapons, but again, like I was talking about earlier, it is kind of nice being underpowered, because then the game becomes challenging. Whoa. 50 HP. Got some gauntlets. Alucard needs food badly. Ow! Wow, I'm surprised they only do 13 HP. Jeez. Alright, not worth the trouble. Well, I mean, Knight Rider, I've only got so much time. But yes, I want to do Infernax. I don't know if it's still on Xbox Game Pass, though. Because I haven't bought it outright, but I do have Game Pass. Yeah, Don, I didn't like Harmony either. Really at all. The gameplay got super repetitious. And it got super confusing. And the music sucks. Like, I'm not normally like, oh, music sucks, but it sucks in Harmony of Dissonance. I did not like the soundtrack. Like, well, maybe I liked the first area theme, and maybe that was it. And that's not a good... It's not a good ratio of quality music. FPS Fanatics is so... I'm not a fan of the Castlevania Game Boy games? I mean, what do you mean by that, FPS Fanatic? You talking the original Game Boy? I mean, I like those, too. I don't like Legends, but I like Castlevania Adventure 1 and 2. If I can freaking focus, I'd actually like to do a walkthrough of Castlevania Adventure Part 1 for this October, since I haven't done like a dedicated video all month. But we've only got less than 6 days of October left, so I have to be able to crank it out in like the next couple of days if I want to give it to early channel backers, early access for channel backers, and then still post it on like Halloween or something. As far as the Game Boy Advance ones, I mean, I like Circle of the Moon and Area of Sorrow very much. I think they're excellent games. I don't care for Harmony of Dissonance, though. And the DS ones are kind of similar, actually, where, like, I don't like the second game that much in the series, like Portrait of Ruin. There are a lot of things I like about Portrait of Ruin, but it's one of those things that's kind of like a hodgepodge of a game. Like, I don't know, there are things that I think are really good about it, and then there are things that are really dull about it. Whereas both Dawn of Sorrow and Order of Ecclesia, I think, are just excellent games, like, through and through. Order of Ecclesia, I think, is kind of like the black sheep, because I don't think as many people have given it a chance. But man, what they did with that one was very unique, and I think it was kind of what the series needed. But that was around the time that I think Konami was basically done with like portable Castlevania, and I think that's around the time that Iga also left. Koji Igarashi, who is one of the main directors slash producers, whatever, on a lot of basically all the Castlevanias from Symphony of the Night and on. I mean, I don't like the pan of games like development cycle and success or whatever on one person, but, you know, he obviously had input on all these games, for better or for worse. I actually do wonder what 3D Castlevania would have ended up like under someone else's control. But during the 3D era, they were also trying to chase trends, and the trend at the time was Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry did extremely well for Capcom, and I think that's a huge reason why Lament of Innocence plays a lot like Devil May Cry. FPS Fanatic, yeah, I haven't played them on my channel as much, because I don't find them as interesting as a lot of the other Castlevania games. There's not as much gameplay flexibility in them. Like, they're really memorize or die, and that's right down to the platforming, too. And so they're a little bit harder for me to just jump in and, like, beat, like I can beat the NES games. But I do still like them. Now, I have also played them on, like, live streams. So, like, I've done Game Boy live streams, like, variety streams, where I play them. I've done a couple of Castlevania collection streams, and I played them there. So, yeah, I've only got, like, a dedicated video for the first two in my playlist. But there are other streams where I have played them. What an interesting way to fight that guy. I've never fought him like that with just knives. Yeah, and I did, when Bloodstained Ritual of the Night came out, I did a blind stream of that. Yeah, that was actually a series of streams I did, I believe, for that. Then I've done both Curse of the Moon games. Curse of the Moon 1 I did multiple times. Curse of the Moon 2, I did a blind stream when it came out, and it pissed me off so badly. It was so hard compared to the first one. Then I went back to it a couple years later, I think last year, actually, and I learned the first two campaigns. The third campaign, though, is really, really hard. So, I don't think I'll ever beat that. Lots of memorization required. Yeah, I need to do another run of Ritual of the Night. I haven't played it since really when it came out. And I did really enjoy it. I thought it was a lot of fun. these Nova skeletons, they're worth pretty good experience points. I mean, so many enemies in the Upside Down Castle are worth a lot. Alright, and this is where things start getting pretty dangerous. This is probably the most dangerous area of the Upside Down Castle. I'm gonna go ahead and just keep the knife just because it's different. I don't really ever use the knife when I play this game. So it's just kind of interesting. Like, look at that, 46 hit points. Just trying to get up here. Yeah, very dangerous area. So you gotta be really on point here, otherwise you will get wrecked. Don asks, what are my thoughts on the N64 Castlevanias? He said they were very polarizing, but he liked them when he was growing up. Yeah, I love those games. I think they're really good action-adventure games for the time. You know, you've got adventure elements, you've got puzzle elements, you've got action elements, and you've got a really great mood in that game, too. I feel like a lot of people don't like things. They just never really, really gave them a chance. You know, you get those kind of ignorant people that are like, well, Castlevania should always be 2D. Obviously, that's not how history went. Because the game industry wanted 3D, or everyone that was a fan of video games, they wanted 3D. So Castlevania was one of those classic 2D franchises that I think kind of struggled to find a proper audience with 3D in the beginning, at least. But I thought they were good games for the time. They both reviewed well, you know. Yeah, they both reviewed well. I think that's a somewhat uncommon drop from that Nova skeleton. I got like this pink sword. Yeah, what I kind of like about the N64 Castlevania is they did mesh like elements from other sort of more realistic platformers, like 2D platformers. Like there's some Prince of Persia in there, you know. Like with how you grapple onto, you know, ledges and stuff like that. You know, so those games just kind of clicked with me right away. They just made sense, because I had played a lot of Prince of Persia. And there was some jank with them, for sure. But, I mean, most 3D platforms at the time had jank. I mean, even Mario 64 could be as smooth as it was compared to most other 3D platforms at the time. It still had some quirks. But yeah, no, I really liked those games. I've got full playthroughs of both those on my channel. I would like to revisit them eventually. Those are games I do fire up probably like once a year at least on N64 when I got my N64 out. Poisoned. Poisoned by the Castlevania 3 puffy enemies. So there is going to be another doppelganger fight. So this is where having the axe would definitely be better. You can kind of squeeze your way up there. Hit this save spot. Yeah, we eventually get ourselves the ability to hurt enemies with the mist form, but we haven't gotten that yet. More library cards, seriously? How many do they think we need? There's an item right there. I always forget what it is when I play the Japanese version. I don't know if it was an item, or if it was a weapon, or something else like that. Poisoned. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Oh, 72 HP. Wow. Just for touching a balloon. Told you things are dangerous in the Upside Down Castle. But to be fair, we haven't been, like, grinding out. I've just been killing enemies as we go. I haven't been, like, repeating rooms to try to, you know, boost my levels. Alright, get rid of that. Yeah, I agree, Don. The Upside Down Castle is kind of interesting because you're not really blocked off from doing anything. You've got all the upgrades that are kind of necessary to traverse, and then so you can just kind of like go wherever you want. All right, we'll fight the doppelganger. He does not like my sword. But I like my sword. Yeah, FPS fanatic. I mean, technically, you're only halfway done with the game. However, I mean, if you kill Richter without having the goggles, then you technically beat the game, and you get the bad ending. So it's like different ways to look at it. Alright, this part's actually pretty dangerous. So I'm going to just use my mist form. Or bat form, whatever. Ooh, that was close. Good place to grind out for experience points, though. Oops. Keep hitting the button one too many times. One of the few moments where there's actually legitimate slowdown in this game. Alright, before we go there, which I don't really need to, but go ahead and save it. That way we've at least got all of our magic back, so I can try to run through the watery area with the dog. Oh boy, it's you. Great. Yeah, she does a ton of damage. Jeez. Alright, so what I think this does is... yeah, my sonar thing actually does damage now. That's just kind of neat. It's not a ton of damage. Got some reach. With no iframes, that's just... they do a ton of damage back to back. Yeah, you can die pretty fast. Doesn't feel like it when you're doing the regular right side up castle, but in the upside down castle, you can just get wrecked. FPS Fanatic says, I loved your Super Metroid walkthrough. It's also one of his favorite video games. Very nice. Yeah, Super Metroid is great. I actually started a new game on that a few weeks back. I don't know, played probably about halfway through it. It's good times. Okay, so this area is actually where my katana is that I was talking about very early in the playthrough. So we're gonna get that and use that for basically the rest of the game. We always do this on every playthrough I do. Unless I get something like the chrysogram, but this is definitely the way to go. We are not going to use anything else. Actually, I want to try this real quick. Looks like that's it. Almost looks like what my doppelganger was using. Wonder if it poisons enemies. Alright, there we go. Let's... yeah, boost our armor a little bit. More intelligence is nice because then that's probably a better balance. Yeah, I'll have to just lower my intelligence a little bit because of just how crazy enemies are right now. I guess we can equip these. Yeah, I think that's probably the best balance right now. All right. Yeah, definitely Major Havoc. The game definitely stands the test of time. But this is what I'm talking about. If you can just keep doing this, you're invincible. Nothing can hurt you. So that's my trick. You know, I feel like... man, I only have 2 warps open right now. Now, I feel like we should probably go to the catacombs again. I still don't have my transformation buttons memorized. Hey, we recognize you. Now you can also do back forward attack. You'll do a quick, like, heavy slash. Hey, look at who it is. You know, I kind of think of it, maybe I should have fought him without such an overpowered weapon. Because that's part of what's made this playthrough, like, interesting. Is me dealing with situations with weapons and builds I'm not used to. And for some reason I thought this room was mandatory, but I don't think it is. So when I got hung up earlier because I didn't have the demon yet, I was like, huh? I definitely messed up. When in reality, I didn't. Another power of Sire. Whoops. Hey, Woody, welcome to the stream. Such dreary music. Alright, I think that's my actual Alucard sword, which at this point in the game is not really much reason to use it, unless you're trying to challenge yourself with a weaker weapon. But yeah, very few things in this game are better than this katana that I've got. Alright, let's see. There, and we're done with the library, we're done with the clock tower. Yeah, so I have to finish this area. Actually, that wouldn't be a bad idea, is warping back to the chapel after I'm done with this area. Another power of Sire. I should probably use that sometime, just to show off what it does. Spooky music. Crazy cat ladies. Alright, what we will do is come to the left first, unlike last time. All right, I'm gonna need the spike breaker armor again. There it is. Just keeps throwing cats at me. These skeletons just constantly come back. Gonna have to play it safe, since I don't have a lot of magic right now. That, like, female mage, the blue one, she can do some crazy attacks. Basically, like, screen full attacks. It's pretty nuts. So you definitely want to get rid of her as fast as possible. Man, these bats are annoying. My square button is sometimes not registering. I think I need to just go through and replace all these buttons. You know, I kind of told myself earlier that I really wanted to just gonna zip through the upside down castle, but here I am just like exploring everywhere. Alright, so this next boss we're coming up on, he's, I think, easily the hardest boss of the game. He's more like a super boss. He's one of the few bosses that's legitimately challenging. Which is why a lot of times I like to use exploits with, say, this katana. Alright, let's see how we do here. That sucks. That's the first time we died all playthrough. That was just some bad RNG. I wasn't able to react in time. The night is not still young. It's almost midnight, my time. That actually really sucks, because I was just thinking to myself, right before that, I was like, man, we haven't died yet. Damn it, man. Like, every time I'm trying to transform, he just transforms right out. Ugh. Yeah, you can, like, transform in the mist and then just fly around. He won't be able to do damage to you. Alright, we get it, we get it. Let me reload my game. Yeah. I mean, that was my fault. I'm still stupidly getting confused about which keys on the right do what. I was mashing the top right button, which I thought was missed, and it turned me into a bat, and I'm like, ugh. It's one nice thing about playing with a D-pad with, you know, shoulder keys is, like, you use the shoulder keys to transform, and it's a little more distinct. Yeah, that's the bat, and that's the mist, and then that's the dog, and bottom right doesn't do anything. Okay. Hey, hey, hey. Let's try this again. Oh, and you know what? I'm still using the stupid spike breaker armor. That'll definitely make things hit a little bit lighter. I feel like I'm doing less critical hits now. Go get him, little demon dude. Oops, no, no, no. Hit the wrong button again. Oh, that's pretty funny. Ah, crap. I think most times I've had to try this boss back to back, like, as far as recently, ever. Man. He hits like a freaking tank. I mean, I could always come back later, but I'm stubborn. Alright, let's go back to our other armor. Yeah. Alright, let's save it again. Jump. I mean, that mist is super important on that fight. But I keep pressing the wrong button. I keep switching to the bat in the worst possible moments. And try this again. Like that bottom tile says RAP. Come on, dude. Finally. Man. Yeah, that was rough. That was rough. Alright, I think that's what I think it is. Yep, now we can hurt enemies in mist form. Well, that is, in my opinion, that's the hardest part of the game. So, it's all downhill from here, guys. I meant that in a good way. Difficulty-wise. '90s gaming guy, you are pretty late. Too late? That's subjective, but we're about 5 hours into the playthrough. We got about half of the Upside Down Castle to go, and then we're basically done. Alright, so we're gonna go back to Dracula's quarters-ish. And then go to the chapel. Well, shucks, he says. It happens. You can't make them all, you know? Entirely too long? I mean, it's a 5 to 6 hour playthrough when you know what you're doing. I don't think it's too long. How long were you asleep, Tom? Boss time. I think it's Medusa. Ah. Damn Panthers. Alright, back to Spike Breaker. Alright, we get some Castlevania 3 callbacks. Well, not quite yet. I took the wrong exit. Alright, so we're gonna fight the mummy. Okay. I've never done that before. I'm gonna come down here and open up the teleporter. Crestline has made it back. Welcome back, Crestline. Actually, this works out too, because then I can access the Colosseum from this area. Yeah, you're right, Office. This game does not have spiders. That's actually pretty interesting. Spiders were somewhat prevalent in the old school Castlevania games. Alright, here we go. Castlevania 3 time. I don't think I've ever actually seen that before. Zombie Trevor. That's cool. Yeah, we still have to fight Beelzebub. I'm gonna do is go back to the chapel. There's not really anything here that we need. GS Davis says it's actually cool getting to see some of the bosses for a minute when they usually just get vaporized. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm seeing things I've never seen before in this game. Because, like, we're not just killing the bosses in 2 hits. And we'll finally use this amulet, ring, whatever it is. Alright. We're getting close to Beelzebub, who's also another tricky boss fight. I'd argue he's probably, I don't know, when you're not super overpowered, probably the second hardest boss fight. Big reason is that he's like a multi-screen boss. And you kind of got to be high up to do damage to his core. Alright, let me actually save it up here. In case we die. Man, I can't believe we died like 5 times at Galamoth. It would have been sweet to go through the whole game without dying. I'm sure I've done it before, I just don't remember. Whew, man, I am getting tired too. It's after midnight now. I worked all day. I really wasn't sure if I could do this stream. I said screw it, let's do it. And first half was definitely pretty solid. I felt pretty good. But now I'm like, man, I need to go to bed. Alright, about him being the second hardest boss in the game, I take that back. I've never tried that before. Oh man. Wow. Alright. Second hardest boss in the game if you don't cheese him to death. That was pretty good. I mean, I think that's I think we've gotten basically everything. We could technically go to the center of the castle now. I'm trying to think of other bosses to fight, and I don't think there are any. Yeah, trying to go through the rest of the castle is really just if you're trying to get your percentage points up, or your percentage cleared up. There's a bunch of invincible enemies here. That could be a little aggravating. Hey, look at where we are. PS Fanatics says, in what Castlevania game do I find the most difficult boss to battle? Probably either Frankenstein in part 1 or the Grim Reaper in part 1. Or the Doppelganger in part 3. I mean, if I played some of the Metroidvanias again, I'd say there are probably some bosses in, like, Order of Ecclesia that are probably up there. If not, like, the hardest. But I don't know, it's been a while since I played those. Alright, see ya, Randy. Have a good night. You mean the most difficult Dracula boss battle? Maybe Castlevania Circle of the Moon? Have I tried Castlevania Spectral Interlude? I have not. It's a fan-made game in the style of Simon's Quest, but for the ZX Spectrum. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look that up or look into it sometime. Yeah, I have very little experience with ZX Spectrum games. I think the handful I've tried have been on the Rare Replay collection. Back when they were Ultimate Play the Game. Yeah, Office Portrait of Ruin is a challenging Dracula fight. I do remember that. Simon's Quest is the toughest Dracula. Alright, Shaft returns from Rondo of Blood. Sounding, super winded. Shaft! Alright guys, final boss. The Galamoth strategy. You damn right. Ah, crap. Alright, got him.
無事だったようだな。
アルカード、よかった。あなたも無事だったのね。
すまない。俺のせいでまた実の父を。気にするな。自分の宿命ゆえに奴を倒さねばならなかっただけだ。そう言ってくれると助かる。だがよく覚えておいてくれ。この世界に破滅をもたらすことができるのは奴じゃない。人間自分自身だということを。分かった。肝に銘じておこう。
アルカード、これからどうするの？
俺の体に流れる呪われた血はこの世界には不要だ。人目につかぬ方がよかろう。
そう。
ではさらばだ。もう二度と会うこともあるまい。
アルカード。
いいのかマリア、追わなくても。
いいの。今の私では彼の心の傷を癒してあげることはできない。それにまた会える気がする。その時にはきっと。
そうか。
さあ行きましょう。みんなが待ってるわ。
No, 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 no. I need to do a test one day to see if, like, I actually get copyright claims on this. That way we can let it play out in the future, but we're, not gonna play it out tonight. I apologize, guys. Oh, man, what a playthrough. Yeah, that took about as long as I expected. You know, even playing with an arcade stick. I think our typical average Symphony of the Night stream is about 5.5 hours, so we kind of hit the mark. Well, yeah, that was Castlevania Symphony of the Night with an arcade stick. Hopefully you guys enjoyed hanging out. I had fun playing the game. I do actually play this game probably more than once a year, but I'll usually play it for like an hour, maybe an hour and a half, and then I'll just stop. So some of the later game stuff I kind of forget about sometimes, since I don't play through the whole thing more than once a year. But I do dabble with it on and off, depending on how I'm feeling. But Gimpler says that this song isn't a major loss. Yeah, not a personal favorite of mine, but the song, I mean, not the game. The game is phenomenal. I love the game so much. But yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed that playthrough. I'll try to have the archive up sometime tomorrow. And I'll try to be back maybe Sunday with another stream. I'm not sure what I'll stream. We haven't really done any 8-bit stuff this October, so maybe we'll do like an NES variety stream or something. But we'll see. And maybe I can potentially crank out a quick play of Castlevania Adventure for Game Boy. That would be nice if I can do that. FPS asks, have I done a playthrough of this game with Richter? Not on YouTube, no. I did it back in the day. But that would actually be pretty cool to do. If I wasn't, like, starving right now, I would say we could try that. That could be fun. But, I know you can basically just warp, like, to the end of the game with Richter. Like, you can just run straight to it and I guess do your thing and then, well, there's the upside down castle, though, so... Yeah, I don't remember how that goes. I'll have to try that sometime. Just waiting for the credits to roll out, and then we can switch over to the backer credits, and we'll get out of here. If you guys have any last-minute questions or comments or anything like that, let me know. And, yeah, I'm going to get out of here shortly. Crestline asks, how is the gameplay with either Richter or Maria? Well, for one, Maria's not in this version, Crestline, so just don't even think about her. She was introduced in the Saturn one. Richter, it's a harder playthrough overall. Although he does have his item crashes, he doesn't really get like permanent upgrades. I don't even think that the health increases actually increase health. I think they just refill his health. So, you know, there are no RPG elements with Richter. Office says that the health increases do not increase health for Richter. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's a bummer. It is, yeah, definitely a bummer, I think. It would make the Richter playthrough a little more interesting if, like, there was a point to collecting items. It's kind of a bummer that there's not. How long do I think it takes to finish Simon's Quest? If you know what to do, it's less than 2 hours. Yeah, most of my stream archives of that are like an hour and a half to an hour and 45 minutes. Crestline asks, has Simon been the only Belmont to fight Dracula solo? A lot of Belmonts fought Dracula solo. You can technically fight Dracula solo in Castlevania 3. Richter Belmont, he also fought Dracula solo. You can unlock Maria, but it's not mandatory. What's his name? Leon Belmont from Lament of Innocence. Wait, was Dracula even the final boss in that game? I thought it was like Death or something. I don't even remember. The game was kind of forgettable. Sometimes. I should probably actually try to go through that again sometime soon. It's been a good probably 4 or 5 years since I went through it on a YouTube stream. Yeah, again, this was the arcade stick for anybody curious. It's big and bulky. It is a little heavy too. But if I remember correctly, if you want to swap buttons out, you just have to get like a hex driver, and it's just 6 screws, and then this whole plate just lifts right off. Yeah, Crestline, you're overthinking it, dude. Seriously. If I play through Rondo of Blood without any help, I consider it as Richter went through the whole thing on his own. It doesn't really matter, dude. It's an arbitrary thing. Castlevania's story is honestly not really that interesting for the most part either. Like, it's an action game first and foremost. You know, developers back in the day felt obligated to put a story into the game, but it's not really a big part of it, honestly. Like, Richter goes in, kills demons, kills vampires, rescues a lady or 2 or 3. They live happily ever after once it's all said and done. Yeehaw. It's like I mean, even like the Metroidvania titles where they tried incorporating more story, the story is still pretty basic in most of them. The twists and turns within them, they're just kind of like there. I definitely don't play them for the story. It was kind of cool growing up as a kid when you're like, oh, I don't know, when like Castlevania 3 came out and it was a prequel, like all of us as kids were like, ooh, it's so cool. But realistically, it's like, there's like 4 lines of text throughout the entire game, like during gameplay, like basically just when you meet new partners, and then you've got lore in the beginning, which is a bunch of gibberish, English, bad translation, and then kind of same with the endings. It's like, okay, whatever. Would I do a Genesis horror game variety stream? Probably not, because I think my options are pretty limited. Like, I mean, I've got the two Splatterhouse games, Undead Line, which is a vertical shoot 'em up. There's a game called like Nightmare Circus, but I've heard it's actually, from what I've dabbled with it, it's not very good. Maybe Chakan would sort of fit as a horror game. I honestly don't know what else there is. Devilish, but Devilish isn't really all that spooky. The Devil's Crush pinball conversion. I think that's Dragon's Fury. Gimpler asks, did I ever do a playthrough of Mystical Ninja 64? I did not, no. I've actually barely played that game before. I heard it's pretty fun, but... yeah, that's definitely a series I'd like to get to someday. I've always, like, wanted to try to go through the Legend of the Mystical Ninja on Super Nintendo first. I made it pretty far one time, and I remember it becoming pretty difficult. So, but I know the N64 first one it's 360-degree 3D platformer. Yeah, so I'm not sure how that game plays out. I did dabble with the second one on N64, which is a 2.5D platformer. Oh man, alrighty guys. Well, I think that's gonna do it for me. Let me go ahead and man, I'm burnt out right now. I managed to make my way through the whole stream, but holy crap, I am tired and hungry. My eyes are sore. Man, getting old sucks. Oh. I gotta get my health in order so I can do long streams again and not feel like garbage at the end of them. Oh. Well, thank you for hanging out, guys. Crestline asks, what are my thoughts on Chasm the Rift? I don't really have many thoughts on it. I haven't played it since maybe 2001 or so. I know they did the remaster is out on Steam, and I don't think I picked it up. I'd like to revisit it again, but I recall the engine being kind of janky. Like, even though it looks like a Quake-style game with polygons and whatnot, apparently I think it uses a much more simplistic engine that's closer to probably something like Wolfenstein 3D. But yeah, I'd like to try it again. But, alrighty guys. I'm going to get out of here. I do want to get some food in my stomach and just kind of chill out. The next 2 days are actually kind of interesting. One of the reasons I did the stream today is that I'm actually covering for a mid-shift coworker tomorrow. Normally I have to be up around 6:30 in the morning, but I'm not going to have to be in the work tomorrow until about 2. So I am still going to stay up a little bit longer, but I need to get some food in my stomach and just kind of relax for a few hours, I think. Maybe play some other games on my own. But yeah, that was really the only reason I could do the stream tonight, is I knew that I'd be able to do the stream partway into, like, past midnight, and then I'd still have time to myself afterwards. But yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Again, I'll have the archive up tomorrow, and gotta get those backer slides updated too. I haven't messed around with those in like 3 weeks now. 2 weeks? 2 weeks? Yeah, no, 2 weeks. But at the very least, I'll have them updated by November's first stream, whenever that is. But yeah, Have yourselves a fantastic day or night, guys, wherever you are in the world. And until the next one, take it easy.